Okay, yeah, I think I can hear my voice. Okay, transitioning! Hello! Hopefully I am heard. No, I just wanted to. That's fine. Helps me to be in the flow state. Oh. Oh. Oh no! My bad. There you go. Alright. Hi! Hello! I am here. I'm sorry for not being able to stream yesterday. I was in a little bit of a mishap, but hello. Today, I am back. And I'm still going to be busy for the next couple of days, but I do have to get into rendering a couple more commission pieces. Well, to be honest, I have to work on this one in general. But yes, I will be going back to work on this for the entirety of this stream, as well as watching some videos with Zan over here. He's over there. So, yes. This is a commission piece that I've been doing for a while, and I still haven't fully completed it yet. As you can see, I've only put down the base colors, and I've only really started rendering it. But it is probably the biggest piece that I have so much. Why am I so to the left? Oh, so I have room to move around. Yes. This is the biggest piece that I've done ever, I think. Yeah, this is the biggest piece I've ever done. Well, it's not... Of course, it doesn't show people's faces, but it is something. It is still something to deal with. Alright. So, I apologize to the YouTube viewers if ever they do come by and I didn't get to see any comments. I'm still kind of getting used to and just starting YouTube streaming in general. But for now, I am going to be working and I'm going to be finding a video actually to watch with Zon. And it's going to be, what's it called? Financial videos. There you go. So I will be working on that. Anyways, I will be saying hello to Zon now. Hello. Hello. Why? You need to adjust how you're sitting, gang. I was watching something earlier that I wanted to watch with you. Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't die. I'm gonna have to find it first and then I'll screen share it so I don't just screen share my entire screen out. Might die. It might die. What? Oh wait, I haven't unmuted you yet, my bad. Unmuted!
Not on stream. It was just delayed in Discord for me.
Yep.
Why is that?
I don't know, because I'm streaming.
I don't get it. Lag question mark?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just lag. Oh, everything is laggy on my end too. It's very demanding on the PC Zone. Because I need to optimize my OBS soon, not gonna lie. Because I have so many things on my OBS that I need to deal with in general. Hopefully this is heard. Yeah, I might like set up a new profile for OBS. Because I don't know if I'll need everything here. There you go.
Okay. You watching a finance video?
This is a finance video.
Okay.
Wait, why can I still... Oh my gosh. That's strange. Why did it do that? Okay. Didn't notice that. Alright, there you go. Fixed it on my YouTube as well. So this is not necessarily more of like financial explanation video. It's more so payday loan scams. Hi! I just started my stream. Hello!
Hello to the stream! I I'm the
Hello,
extra
ate.
on the stream.
Yes.
I'm the sister.
She is very happy today. Thank you for the food. My sister made like tuna sisig earlier as well as Boston cream cake, and I had the best time eating dinner. It was great.
Boston
Thank you.
cream cake.
It was so good. What is it in English? What's nakakasawa?
I don't
Hindi
know.
nakakasawa in English.
Uh,
You don't get
Yeah.
sick of it easily.
Yeah.
There's not a proper word for it.
you don't get sick of it easily.
Yeah, also he's been waving too.
Oh, hello.
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 It's a really good dinner.
It is.
And dessert.
Yeah.
Best dessert.
Bye. That was
I
my
have two
sister.
questions.
Yes.
One, what was the dessert? You never told me.
Boston cream cake.
Explain. I don't know what this. That sounds
It
fancy
has
schmancy.
grey ham and custard and then like rendered chocolate on top.
What? Grey ham.
Grey ham, crackers, and she like grinded it
Like,
up and then she made
Graham
custard.
crackers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she added custard there. It's kind of like mango. It's kind of like the mango graham cakes that we usually have, but it's a Boston cream cake apparently. Pretty sure they're using like a Boston thing in general. Yeah.
You know what? I think we can move on from this. I don't think I will get it.
I don't get it either, but it was just delicious. I couldn't stop eating it. Like it's not too sweet. It's just um.
Mhm.
It was delicious. Anyway, so this video is about payday loans. I think this is something that is specific to America because well, no, I think payday loans are a thing anywhere if anybody asks. But like I think this is just a specific situation. Talking about a specific situation at least in America, there are some financial stuff in here that I am confused by.
What is the title exactly?
I forgot. The new payday loan scam.
I don't know
Explain.
what the payday loan scam is, so
Yeah,
let's
that's why we're
just
watching.
go on to it.
Yeah.
You can play now.
I just realized my VTube. Okay. I didn't realize how long that was been there. Okay. Play.
You know what I think is one of life's biggest scams? The fact that we spend money every day but only get paid once every 2 weeks.
I have almost $11 in my checking account, right? But I have $300 in daily pay. So I'm broke, but I'm not broke.
Back in the early 2000s, payday loans were everywhere. They filled a void for people who needed some extra cash, and by 2010, there were over 12 million Americans using payday loans every year. That's equal to every single person in New York City and LA combined. But as with all free money tools, there was a catch.
And currently paying off 3 very predatory payday loans. One of them has 400%, and the worst one out of the 3 has 690% APR.
And as people began catching on to the scheme, payday lenders slithered away into the shadows and a new type of scam appeared. One that might honestly be more sinister than payday loans ever were, and one that could be destroying the middle class from the inside out.
I don't have the money.
Yeah, you do.
I can get you up to $500 of your future money now.
Nearly half of
Ah,
all
okay,
Americans
payday
claim
loan is good.
Go ahead. I
Payday
watched
loan is
like a few
basically
minutes.
like
Yes.
okay. Payday loan is basically like you have you like get paid monthly or bi-weekly, yes?
Yeah.
So you run out of money
Mm-hmm.
in a month, but you need money to survive. You get a payday loan, which is a loan, very short-term loan that they give you until your next payday.
Yeah, and then you pay for that loan in the next payday that you have.
Yes, and
Essentially,
it
okay.
has practically illegal levels of interest on it.
I heard this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did see a few minutes of this video earlier, but like everything just erased in my mind. So yeah, we're essentially watching this again. I just remember fragments of stuff. I think they're gonna talk about later on, like the interest rate to be exact. Yeah. Continuing
to
on.
live paycheck to paycheck. And keep in mind that figure in itself is a little twisted because paycheck to paycheck is a very subjective term. But for our circumstances, the fact that people feel like they are living paycheck to paycheck is what we want to focus on, because that's the very thing these companies prey on. Typically, when you work a job, there is a gap between when you do the work and when you get paid for the work. Depending on where you're working, that gap could be a few days, a few weeks, and sometimes a few months. But your bills don't follow the same schedule. Your rent is due on one day, your electrical bill on another, and the grocery bills add up quickly. And this gap causes a lot of issues if you are truly living paycheck to paycheck. If you've allocated every dime of your paycheck before it shows up in your account, you're basically living on a knife's edge. One wrong move, one random accident, or unexpected bill, and you instantly fall into the debt cycle. And this is exactly what leads people to start racking up credit card debt. And if you don't have a good credit score or you've maxed out your cards, you're forced even deeper into the dark world of debt. So to cover the basics, payday loans are short-term loans designed to help you cover expenses until your next payday. Usually they're no more than about $500, and the beauty of a payday loan is that you don't need a credit check. So they're an easy source of money for someone with bad credit that won't be approved for a credit card or a bank loan. But payday loans weren't ever designed.
Are they the ones that like signify like whether they want to check your credit or not?
I think these are like the lowest of lowest levels of loans, so they don't really check, but they just give it to anyone. It's kind of like how money lenders do it, like illegal money lenders. They just give anyone the loan at very high interest or like at a very risky collateral.
Yeah.
Like for example, a house, like how it is in villages and shit, where there's not good like financial system, so like people don't have much opportunities for like emergency funding, so they have to resort to people with money lending privately, and they don't really have to follow laws because
It's
laws
just
don't
agreed
reach,
upon.
yes, laws don't reach those parts of the countries, especially in countries like ours.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I would know. My mom's doing that. My mom's doing private lending for a bunch of people.
Designed to help
No, but
people in
like-
need. And
What I'm talking about is people who charge extremely high interest rates and like people who run a money lending business illegally, not people who lend money in general. Because the people who run money lending businesses are basically gangsters. The gangsters and thugs, yeah.
Okay.
I'm referring to that, not your mother.
My mom! My mother!
Your mother.
My mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
instead, there are fees and insane interest rates built into them that almost guarantee you'll end up owing way more than you initially pulled out.
You borrow $1,000 for this one, the roll goes up every time. You pay back a total of $4,413. For what?
At this point, you might be wondering how this is even legal. In 18
That's in 1 month, damn.
Yeah.
of the US states would agree with you. They've all passed laws to cap the annual percentage rate, or APR, at 36% for small loans, which effectively eliminates the business model of a payday lender. You see, payday lenders make money by charging fees on the amount they lend to you, and that fee ranges anywhere from $10 to $30 per $100 borrowed, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you annualize that $15 to find the true APR, you realize you're actually paying 400% interest on your loan, which is how the lenders make so much money on such small loans. Why wouldn't they lend you $300 for 14 days to make a profit of $45? But when the rate is capped at 36%, they're only going to make about $4.15, which makes it much harder to stay in business. But if we return back to the map, you'll see that 400% APR is actually pretty small compared to some states like Texas and Idaho, who allow interest rates of 600+%. So you can only imagine how profitable these lenders are for loaning out money, doing basically nothing for 2 weeks, and then either collecting their fee or churning you into another loan because you couldn't pay off the first one. But for the most part, people are
some people are
caught onto the
commenting on
tricks of
YouTube, and I
payday
keep
loans.
forgetting to
Don't get me
check on
wrong,
that. My
there are
bad.
still enough people falling for the trap to
Hello.
keep these lenders
Thank
in
you for
business,
stopping
but most
by.
of the younger millennials and Gen Z know to stay away from these sketchy buildings, which is great, but it's also led to a new type of trickery.
Life doesn't happen bi-weekly. Neither should payday. It's money at the speed of you.
Meet earned wage access. It sounds great on the outside. I've earned the wages, I just need them sooner than my paycheck allows, And just like the commercial says, once you hook up your bank account to the app, you get
$25 to $250 instantly.
But when you go to request some cash, you're prompted to leave a tip. Yes, you heard me right. Leave a tip in a banking app to
Why?
receive what is technically your own funds with no human interaction. Does it make sense? Not really. How is someone who is short on cash?
There's a tipping code. Apparently, when you put money in this bank, right? And when you withdraw, you're forced to tip.
Okay.
Tip. It's not a service fee. It's tips.
Okay.
For
Like
some...
it goes to the banker, like the person who's doing
To
it for the
the...
question?
No, the bank. No, it's a bank app. You tip the bank app.
Okay.
And that's strange
Okay.
because like that's not even a human person doing it. It's just the bank app. It's not a service fee. It's a tip.
Cash to pay their own bills,
And what's the
supposed
difference
to
between a service and a tip? Aren't they both the same thing?
No.
Except the tip goes to the waiter and service fee goes to an organization.
No. The service fee is for like the actual labor that they do. The tip is essentially what a tip is supposed to be, because the tipping culture in our countries is very different from America. Tipping in general is just a compliment to those who served you. It's not supposed to be their paycheck. But in America, tipping culture is very prevalent because that's their livelihood. Because working a normal job without tips there is not enough. Like their paycheck there is not enough. They have to rely on tips to actually make an earning, which is bad. Because sure, you can say like, oh, the tipping culture in America is so generous. Like, yeah, it's generous because that's what they live off of. A tipping is just supposed to be the compliment to someone. That is what it is for the rest of the world. Oh, here's a little tip for you. It's a personal thing I give for you, but tipping in America is required. Yes?
Terms tipping and service charges are interchangeable in my country. At least in the
It's not.
places I have been to. Because like, yeah, they just call it service charge and slap it on the bill and we have to be like, hey, take this off. We don't want to give you a tip, take this off. And then they take it off.
Yeah, no. Like, service charge, at least here in the Philippines, it's something that it is added in as usual. Like, it's just added. Specifically, I see it a lot in buffets.
That's a tip. It goes to your server.
It goes to the people that did it. No. It's not something you ask. That's genuinely, like, a part of their paycheck in general. That's how things run. But, like, in restaurants, the service fee, I think, is usually in part of the total bill. Like, it's qualified with the food already. With the food you pay for.
For me, it's just like you see the bill, yes, and you see like the addition of all the items.
Mm-hmm.
At the bottom, there's usually like 30%, 20%. Like I don't know what percentage usually, but like some percent service charge,
Mm-hmm.
and then you have to be like, yeah, the service charge, get rid of it.
I don't think it happens much here in the Philippines. We only really see it on buffets. And I'm like, for the rest of us, or like in buffets or samgyeopsals, I think, it's just part. It's just part of their paycheck. But it isn't tipping for us. Because we do the tipping ourselves. We tip them ourselves. It's not part of any receipts.
Double tipping culture.
Huh?
I think you guys have a double tipping culture. Like you had this tip already included in the bill after the service charge, and then you guys tip yourselves.
The service charge is just part of the bill in general for us.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, that's just part of the bill in general. I don't know why it's called I don't know why service charge and tipping is different for you guys, but okay. I think some people do that. I'm not too sure. I don't know. But usually for the most of us, it's just part of the bill. Especially since it happens on like bigger restaurants only, where you do have people like serve you like independently, something like that. I don't know. Then again, I'm not too sure. I'm not too educated on this shit. It's just very vastly different for us.
Tip the very bank offering them the short-term loan. Now the apps
But
will
this
say
doesn't
that
make sense, like tipping for banks.
Yes, that's why it's stupid.
I mean,
No, that's what they're
But-
complaining about. Why are you gonna tip the bank that's giving you short-term loans? It's what?
technically the payments app I use also has like a tipping thing. It has like a
Yeah, but you
small
can opt
little
out of
fee
it,
to-
no?
No, it's like a small little fee for every transaction because my app is like kind of a monopoly. It's made for like it's like a payments app for children, and no one else makes payments app for children, so they can charge higher than the market standard because it doesn't have competition.
I don't know because my
In that
definition
market,
of a. I'm sorry. What?
in that specific market,
Uh-huh.
it doesn't have any competition, so it can charge fees other than already paying for the subscription to. I mean, it's not a subscription. You pay once for a year. Other than paying that, you also have to pay a fee for every transaction, every withdrawal, every.
I think
But that's banking in general. It's just that it's like 10 times more with this specific app because it's technically a monopoly.
that's their fault. Cause we have like service fees in general for if I withdraw with my GCash card, right, at an ATM, I get a service fee of like 10 pesos.
Mhm.
It doesn't rack up. It's just 10 pesos flat. And but for if I cash in my GCash from PayPal, I get like 10 pesos every 100, which is fucking annoying by the way.
Oh, damn, that's a
Oh
lot.
wait, no. 10 pesos. Wait. Huh? No, 10 pesos. 10 pesos per 1,000. Yeah, 10 pesos per 1,000. My bad. I'm sorry. It's 1 piso every 100, I think. Yeah.
For me, it's like if I'm depositing 3,000 into my app, I need to pay like 100, 120 as fee.
Yeah, that's big.
Mm-hmm.
I get that though for like a banking like service fee because that's how they keep their apps afloat. That's fine. It's just it's different for me. I'm trying to like identify service fee and tips as what they literally mean. A service fee for like, oh, we have to get like a service fee to
Charge
upkeep
you
this.
to give you the service.
Here we're lagging
Oh, hello.
a
Hello.
lot.
A voice? Me?
You, yeah. You're sounding robotic and your video cam's lagging. Our video cams are lagging, but it might be just my PC.
For me, you're not lagging. Let me just change one thing.
Thank you.
Hello? Is that okay?
I think it's better now, yeah.
Okay. I think we moved on to Hong Kong server in Discord, so it should be easier on your network. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so like service fee is you take it as we need to charge you this much amount of money to keep the service running.
Yeah. That for me is
Uh-huh.
fine. It's so strange though to see it like if tipping was the service fee, because like a service fee is supposed to just keep up the maintenance of the app. I'm not supposed to tip a bank because that's just kind of unethical.
I have a question though.
Yeah.
Do you have like the option to get rid of the tip on the banking app? Because if not, then
No, it cannot.
be-
This one, it cannot.
Yes, so if not, it cannot be considered a tip because if it is not like a choice, it's not considered legally a tip. So
Yeah,
like,
but
they're just
they
calling it
call
a
it
tip,
a tip.
but legally in like the legal like the terms and conditions of the banking app and shit, it's probably written like the tip is just a term and not actual tips. It's actually service charge. So it's probably something like that. It's
But
just
they
a
give you
name
an
with
option to tip $3, $5, $10. Yes, it's
then
seen
they just
as
made
a tip. It's placed as a tip. Sorry. Yes.
And the minimum is $3? Or what are
Yes.
these examples?
Minimum is $3, and it's literally pasted as tip what you think is fair. Nothing's fair.
So they basically took the concept of service charge and the concept of tip, made them have a child and put that into the app so that they can have a mandatory service charge but leave the option of people to give them more money if they wanted to.
I'm going to believe that they already have a mandatory service charge. Do you know Roblox? Yes, I do. I play it every so often. Though I haven't been playing it recently. I've been playing more so Minecraft and Valorant.
The tip is what allows them to operate with no fees or interest rates.
What?
We're still in the middle of a conversation. Maybe not? Are you done?
Go on.
No, like you said, like you think there's already a service charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think there might already be a service charge, but because this is like a mandatory tip kind of thing, this is also considered under service charge. So there's two different service charges.
That's not how it's supposed to fucking be, though. That's just a little bit scummy, don't you think?
I mean, it is, but that depends on like how much service charge it is, because like if it is lesser service charge than other competitors, then it is not more money they're charging. They're just charging money at two different spots, but it's the same amount of money. If that's the case, then it's fine. But if it is like a normal service charge with other people, and then they're charging more money on top of that in the name of tips, then it is scummy. But like that might just be the standard for this thing. What is it called? Payday loan.
Yeah. No, it's not a standard. They're talking about how it's not supposed to be.
Is it just this one app, or is this like all
We're not
payday?
done watching.
Yes. Okay.
I'm just talking about how it feels scummy to disguise that as a mandatory tip. Stop.
But if everyone's doing something along the lines of that, I don't think it's as scummy. That's what I would say.
It's not supposed to be. It's a fucking banking app. Tipping culture in America, if it's an actual face-to-face regulation service thing, like tipping your waiter, I could kind of understand that, even though I still believe you shouldn't fucking rely on tips to survive. I really don't think you should have. But for a banking app, who am I fucking paying? The program? The code? The programmer? The fuck?
With no human interaction. Does it make sense? Not really. How is someone who is short on cash to pay their own bills supposed to tip the very bank offering them the short-term loan? Now, the apps will say that the tip is what allows them to operate with no fees or interest rates, which is why they're so much better than the old scammy payday loans. But according to some studies in 2021, the average APR for apps with tip request was 334%, and the average for apps...
This stream was running on my phone and you complaining about tips blasting to my house.
without the tip requests was 331%. So the tips, in fact, do not help keep the interest rates down. And some apps even try to trick you into tipping more by saying that the tips are going to feed children in need, and even have a little graphic showing the kid's smile changing depending on how much you tip. But after an FTC
that's just morally
it was revealed that on average the app only donated about $1.50 or less of that tip, keeping the remainder of your donation as profit. And to make matters worse, they also charge a $1 monthly membership fee that is auto-debited from your bank account, even if you aren't approved for instant cash. But wait, didn't I say that the apps don't charge interest rates or hidden fees? Yes, to some extent that is true, so instead they just put the fees in front of your face and justify why you should use them. Tips being one of them, and the speed you actually get your money being the other. Once you're approved for a $100 deposit, you'll land on a screen that asks about the transfer speed. If you opt for the free route, you'll have to wait 1 to 2 days for the money to show up in your account. But you can speed that up to a couple of minutes by paying a transfer.
What? Why? Why are they monetizing this?
From a business perspective, makes sense in a
From
way.
a business fucking perspective, from a consumer convenience perspective, what the fuck is that? What is this?
I mean, since they're not charging interest, they need to make money somehow. So the previous point, scummy. Them lying about donation thing, that's scummy. But this kind of makes sense.
To keep it interest free, what the fuck is this? Is no, that's just fucking annoying. No, that's
Because,
just
like,
genuinely annoying. What?
Because like them doing this thing can keep it interest free, and like people who don't need it immediately urgently, they can obviously opt for waiting 1 day or waiting 2 days, and they will still get the service. But people who need it urgently, they can charge them a very small fee of $5. Question mark
Small? Small?
for America.
Small?
Is that not?
No! Why do you
I
fucking
think it's small for America.
Why do you fucking think tips are such a big fucking thing in America? You're gonna tell me $5 is small, but they literally have to live off of tips. No. No. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no. Look,
Isn't $5 like the price for to get like
it's
a snack?
It's a snack, but every fucking dollar counts.
Yes,
But
what
this
I'm,
is so fucking annoying. Ah. Yes.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like if they charge interest, if they charge like extra interest or like hidden fees, they would charge more than this. And like you still technically have an option of not having this hidden fee if you don't need it very very urgently.
I know that. Okay, I'm aware. Like for some people, this is fine. Okay, but I don't like the idea of like saying that, oh, we're interest free, and then I'm going to be seen with this $100 deposit that's going to my bank in 2 days. I don't fucking know. It's either it's just annoying for me. Because like you expect a bank to be convenient, you expect a bank app to be convenient and speedy because you need it to be speedy. I'm thinking in a perspective of a what?
Go on. No, go on.
I'm thinking of a perspective of a consumer who lives paycheck to paycheck and has this as their banking app and sees this shit. And you're telling me my $100 deposit is gonna be in my bank in 2 days? That Zan, I got that you're a business student and everything looks like, well, it is a money done deal. If they don't have interest, they can at least pay for themselves with this thing. And I'm thinking like, why? What the
The business will go to business. That's my only point of view.
I'm thinking of this in a consumer perspective, and this annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah, but you also get that if they only do things for the benefit of the consumer, the business won't survive. Yes.
I know, that's what you told me yesterday. Making money is
Yeah.
never good. But it's just annoying. It's a bank! It's a digital fucking bank! You put numbers in my bank account! People put 100 deposit! And you're gonna keep that away from me for money?
I mean, to be honest, banks do take like a day sometimes to get you your money.
It's a fucking banking app! They're supposed to be quick!
No, still, even banking apps take a day. My mom's banking app takes like, I mean, it's not just for 100, but like, it takes a few days to process. But I'm assuming in this situation, processing immediately is possible. That's why they're able to charge lightning speed thingy. I'm pretty sure it's possible. They're just monetizing it.
I hate how human business innovations are not for the sake of convenience and just adding a paywall for every kind of unnecessary thing. Okay? We have the power now in day to most likely have our banks like process a lot of shit very quickly. Banking apps or non-banking apps. We probably do have that technology, but instead of like giving it to the masses as a sort of like convenience and actually research more, code more for like a better banking experience and maybe paywall something like that, instead we get it monetized.
What you're saying already exists. It is paywall. That already exists.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Having good quality stuff behind paywalls, that already exists. This is people trying to make good quality stuff that is cheaper. That is why this is scummy paywalls.
These are fucking
Because
scummy
the good quality shit already
paywalls.
exists behind big paywalls.
This is so
Now,
annoying.
this is what people who can't afford them. I have two questions. One, is this a banking app or is this a
I
finance?
don't know. It's a banking app.
Did they say a name?
I forgot what was the name. Wait, we keep pausing and talking, and you keep.
Transaction.
We keep
will
playing.
also charge a one. The app only donated about one. An FTC complaint was filed.
Yes, it
It was
is.
revealed-
Online cash advance app. Dave.
Also charged
The name is Dave. Screw you, Dave. Screw you.
Can I just Google it for a
You
second?
suck, Dave. You suck. What is this? I'm so mad. I'm so pissed. I swear to God, like, I could be talking with someone about this on the
It's not
internet
a
and,
bank, okay.
and they could, huh?
It's not a bank.
What is it? It's a banking exchange app.
It offers banking services. It's not an actual bank.
Still!
So it make it the thing about like it taking time to process like transactions make sense in that scenario. But also, what you're complaining about, like you are annoyed that it's not like things are not made for consumer convenience. Let me give you an example that is kind of like a debate to your point, if you don't mind. Like, we have 10-minute delivery apps here, okay?
Okay.
If you order something that's like 20, because of the amount of charges you will get, you will have to pay 170. Because you're ordering a very small basket. If you order something 200, it is almost zero charges. Okay?
Huh?
If you order something that's like 200,
Uh-huh.
bought 200, there's almost zero charges, zero extra charges. It's like you only pay like 205,
Okay.
only with like 5 rupees charge. But if you were to order something that's worth
Solid.
20, 150 charge. Now, for someone who wants to order just one small thing, it's inconvenient. But if they don't charge those charges, the company won't be able to run, and the convenience they're giving of 10-minute deliveries that will disappear.
You know why I'm
So,
okay
like-
with that?
Mhm.
There are real people delivering you shit. I'm talking about code.
No, I know. I'm just giving an example, and also
That doesn't
Yeah.
apply for me because it
10-minute
actually has human labor in it. It's not code. It's not a machine.
that 10-minute delivery thing also has like unethical business practices with the delivery agents. So it's close to getting banned.
Yeah. Why do you think I'm mad? I don't mind paying extra, especially if I'm going to use that. I don't mind paying extra if I'm just gonna get like one basket delivered to me because I'm paying for the time that someone is going to my house, okay? And I'm paying them instead of like another big person, like a big money spending person that instead of they could have just traveled to my house and dropped me off with one item, they could have probably dropped off another person that bought 200 something worth of items. That would have been much more cost efficient. That would have probably got them more commissions because most delivery apps work on commissions, right? So I am paying them for that labor. That's fine because you know what it is? It's human labor. I'm pissed when it's an app. I'm pissed when they monetize, they add tips to something that's supposed to be a technological advancement, convenience thing for humans because you know what they are? They're code. They're code. They're machines. They're machines that do shit very fucking quickly. They're not human. Yes.
In this situation, it's a banking thing. So like you're not paying money for the service that they're giving you. You're not paying money for them to hand you money. You're paying money for the risk they are taking. So technically the point is not exactly as valid as you're saying because like they don't charge you fees because they have to do physical work that they need the fees for. They're charging you those fees because they're taking a big risk in lending you this money.
A big risk for what? For depositing? No, I'm not talking about the lending part. I was talking about the deposit.
Oh, okay, then that makes sense. I thought this was like.
No, I was talking about the fucking
Because-
deposit. Girl.
I thought this was like taking a loan kind of shit.
No, not yet. We're not in that part yet. We're barely there yet. We're just going through the
Oh, then
explanations
what
of
was the
banks.
lightning fast thing?
That was fucking deposit!
Oh,
Why do you think I was so pissed? That wasn't a loan. That was a fucking deposit to my own bank. Oh my god.
once again, I
I
think
was
that
talking about the loan since earlier. I'm gonna kill myself.
no, because you also count the money you get from loans deposits sometimes in some situations. That's why I was confused.
I
My
know
bad.
it was called like that, but what the
Uh-huh.
video meant is I'm gonna deposit my money into a bank account, not a loan. That was not a loan.
Okay. Again,
That's why it
one. That makes sense. But like one thing that still makes sense about this is it's a private institute running a banking service, not an actual bank.
Screw you, Dave! Screw you!
Yes. Okay. We can continue.
I'm gonna kill everything.
$1 monthly membership that is auto-debited from your bank account,
they're not
even if
getting
you aren't approved for instant
I
cash.
don't. Also, just as a what's it called? Just as a disclaimer for everyone, I am not an economics student. I'm not a financial business student. And that's Zon actually. That's why he has a lot more shit to say about financing justifications more than I do. I am a consumer. I am somewhat of a cheap person in general, and I'm dumb. I would need things to be explained to me in layman terms, okay? Because I will not get shit if it's not in mostly layman terms. I can always ask what the actual terminologies are, but I just need that aid to me. I'm speaking of this as someone who is a consumer and who faithfully believes that technology should serve us, should serve the masses for the better convenience of the masses. That's how we got telephones, the internet, the www. World Wide Web type shit, okay? Technology has done wonderful things. I hate it, however, when technology is used as, what's it called? Is used as a way to monetize technological advancements. I do get that it still takes some days for banks to process your money into your account, which, to be honest, I don't fucking get. Beep boop, beep boop. Put it in my banking thing. But I get that, like, your money, it is real money. It's real money. It still has to be accounted for in the banks and everything. I feel like we should probably do something about that to be a little bit faster. But I'm very thankful for the banking apps that we do have today, and that it does take a day or two. Probably way before, it would have taken months or something, or weeks for it to be processed. But I'm viewing everything from a consumer perspective, and I just want to ask, why not make it for the masses? I get if the technology is not there yet, but sometimes I don't know if I can give justification for so people can make a big profit out of this, especially if they're like, what, a Fortune 500 company? And their CEO is getting paid very lucratively. I don't think I can give my heart out to understand that. I understand that you need to make a revenue, you need to make a profit, you need to have something home. It's a job after all. But there are some certain times where pinching the pockets of the consumers you are trying to serve, but just pinching a little bit more into their pockets just to pay for your own, I feel like that is a scummy thing, you know? I feel like all humans should be like, hey, probably shouldn't do that when I'm a fucking, I don't know, 6-figure person, 7-figure person already. I don't fucking know. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm dumb. I'm a consumer. I just want to consume stuff in an ethical way. Of course, not everything is ethical or morally justified in the world, but I'm just trying to live by what I do. I'm so sorry for this disclaimer. So long.
You're morally biased and you have consumer bias.
Yep. There should be a balance. As all things should be. Ah! Ah!
But yeah, it's not about like what did you say earlier? You said it's not about that.
It's not about what?
Money, people, technology.
I didn't say anything about it's not about what. I mean, I believe that technology
No, I
should
did.
serve us.
Yeah,
Serve
and
us.
and you said it's about something. I said it's not about that.
Not about what.
But I forgot what I said. But it's not about anything else but the maths. The maths doesn't make sense. For example, if your mother, she lends out money, yes. If she were to lend out to anyone without taking precautions, you all will end up on the streets, yes. You will
Yes,
lose
I
all of your
know.
money.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the same with banking services.
For loans, I can kind of get it because it is a fucking loan. You can default on a loan. You're entrusting someone. That's why credit scores exist. Yada 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 do. But for like just traditional servicing of stuff, especially if it's made with technology, I don't think we should pay for that. Service fee, sure. Keeping up your servers, fine. Maintenance of their servers, fine. Integrating new things that are probably good things, okay? I would be happy to pay for service charges if they're actually integrating very useful shit. Or just the upkeep and proper maintenance for the app I'm using. I don't want to give a fucking tip! Unless, of course, it's a real person. That's all. Okay, watch a video, now I keep ranting.
No, it's fine. The point of finance videos is the variant. It makes it smarter.
I'm not smart!
Didn't I say that the apps
Yes,
don't
that
charge
makes it
interest
smarter.
rates or hidden fees? Yes, to some extent that is true, so instead they just put the fees in front of your face and justify why you should use them. Tips being one of them, and the speed you actually get your money being the other. Once you're approved for a
Yes, but
$100
it was-
deposit, you'll land on a
That's why I thought it was like a loan. The speed at which you get your money.
screen that asks about the transfer speed. If you opt for the
And
free route,
so
you'll
those-
Huh?
He
Maybe
said like, this is the speed at which you get your money, and then said $100 deposit. So I was like, okay, the deposit is the money you get from the loan.
Okay, maybe it is about the loan. Maybe I was down. In which case,
And that
I would
makes sense
understand this
because,
Have to
probably.
wait
a non-banking company giving a loan, it usually takes a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that one I'm okay with that.
Mhm.
My bad, chat.
1 to 2 days for the money to show up in your account. But you can speed that up to a couple of minutes by paying a transaction fee. And that's where the money is made. If you're already on an app to receive instant cash, you probably can't wait 1 to 2 days. You're probably in a situation where you need the money as soon as possible. So what do? You pay the fee. And as
Huh?
I think people will be able to wait 1 to 2 days at least. I think that much they can stretch it.
I mean, if you're ano, kasi, if you're what? If you're living paycheck to paycheck, a difference between a day is all that could probably save you from more interest from other things.
Maybe. But also, debt is bad. You already know this personally. Debt is bad. Don't take that.
That is bad. You're telling
open
me
what I'm
like
talking
the
about.
other day that big businesses have to take out loans so the IRS don't get them type shit because a loan is not an income that could be taxable. Are you telling me
Yeah,
that is
because-
not a debt?
No, they take debt like within the amount of money they already have. Like they have,
I'm gonna fucking explode.
they already have the money, and that's why they can handle taking that much debt because they already have more money than the debt.
Okay.
If you take debt when you don't have money, that's when you're fucked.
I mean, yeah, obviously.
Because that's the debt trap.
You know what fascinates me as well about like the financial world, especially when it comes to the idea of prestige, that you can use something as a collateral, especially if you're a celebrity, by the way. That you can use something as a collateral and say that that will pay for your thing. I don't know if I'm using the right terminologies, okay? But you know how when, let's say, a celebrity wants to make let's say a product or something, and they just go to a manufacturer and they do it for them because the worth is in their name.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that always fascinates me as humans because you can. I get it, but at the same time, it's just a very strange phenomena to know that your name alone is worth millions. Like your net worth or something, it's worth millions. It's enough to like start a brand because you put a value to your brand type of thing. it's a very strange phenomena that I understand, but at the same time I don't.
It's called being an influencer. To
Ugh.
influence people.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, if you were to create a brand with your name on it,
Mm.
there's some guaranteed sales which a brand without your name on it wouldn't have.
Yeah.
So like the risk is reduced a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the company behind the like YouTubers or like celebrities, they're just like, yeah, we'll do it. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm. So strange, so strange. Going on.
Because those
Soon-
companies,
Sorry.
because those companies behind the celebrities don't want to make the best product ever. They don't care about that. They just care about making some profit, like 10% profit, and that's it. That's enough for them. And it's not like any of these brands, like unless they genuinely make an exceptional product, it's not like any of these brands will excel past the 10% profit margin. Like for example, Mr. Beast, Feastables, Prime. What else is there? Beast Burger. They all ran on a hype train for a little bit, then die down.
Yeah. I mean, I genuinely still love it when celebrities actually use their name to promote a product or to make a product that's genuinely good for them. Like Rihanna's Fenty Beauty, Selena Gomez's Rare Beauty. I'm sorry, all I can think about are cosmetic companies. The other one that I can think of is, who is the husband of Blake Lively?
I have no clue who you're talking about.
Ryan? No, it's not. Fuck it. It's not Ryan Gosling. Ryan something. Just the husband of Blake Lively, who owns Mint Mobile, which is a data plan thing in America that's like against AT&T, and apparently Mint Mobile has like really good charges, and sometimes like if you've been a loyal customer, they upgrade you for free, as compared to like some other of the mobile companies, which are a little bit
I
goofy on the
think
prices.
that's the
I think
moment
that's
where
fine.
the influencer is not getting in with his name. He's getting in with his investment. It's the money that is getting him into the business.
That's true.
And therefore it leads to actually good, better product compared to
That's
it
true.
just it's being intended to be sold on the influencer's name.
Yeah, but like it's still something cool for me because not only is it like, like an actual investment thing, but people already believed because they were a star person. They were like a celebrity beforehand, but I'm glad that the products that they do push out are of good quality. Essentially, it's an investment, but I'm glad that they use their name to like jumpstart something that is good for the masses. Essentially, yes.
Also, I think another reason why it worked out because compared to most like influencer products, it's a utility item. Like it has actual use for it, like a mobile plan compared to a drink, which is not a use. It's not a utility item. It's just random bullshit.
Food is definitely one of the harder things to genuinely market, unless you're like a celebrity chef or something, or you're like a food influencer. Then there is a weight to your name. But for the most part, like things that aren't food probably should have a better idea on how to deal with it. I guess the closest thing to consumption with celebrities that could fall either good or bad is makeup or cosmetics. There are some celebrities who have perfumes or makeup that aren't that great and are just there because of their name, and then there's some celebrity brands that are like so in tone with the celebrity but also really just good in general. Fenty, House Labs were beauty. I forgot the others, but yeah. Those were cool. We haven't been. Oh my god, son.
Also, I might have to keep drawing while you also speak because you're getting passionate. You're doing all hand movements, but you're not drawing.
I'm drawing now.
You're
Let's
gonna
watch.
be
Let's watch.
upset.
Let's watch.
Okay, I'll just continue.
money to show up in your account. But you can speed that up to a couple of minutes by paying a transaction fee, and that's where the money is made. If you're already on an app to receive instant cash, you probably can't wait 1 to 2 days. You're probably in a situation where you need the money as soon as possible. So what do? You pay the fee. And as soon as your paycheck lands in your account, the app will automatically pull what you owe before you even get a chance to savor the feeling of having a full account again. But what about the APR? The reason everyone avoids payday loans is because of the extremely high interest rates, and these EWA apps supposedly charge no interest. But when we run the numbers, even if you are only paying for that quick transfer fee of $5.99 on a $100 loan that will be automatically paid back in 1 day when your paycheck hits, your APR is $2,186%. Yeah. That makes that 400% rate charged by a payday lender look like chump change. But how in the world are they getting away with this? We already saw that there are...
I don't get it. How the fuck did it spike to 200 to 2,000 APR?
Because it was 6% for 1 day. APR
Oh! Yeah, okay.
the $6, the $6 lightning fee, yeah, it's for paying it back in 1 day. So like $6 for 1 day, no other additional interest. So like API is calculated like on a monthly or yearly basis, I think. I don't know which one was it. So like when you crunch the numbers in, it is technically 2,000.
That's such a big arsehole.
But also technically that's kind of manipulating the numbers to seem it like a bigger thing than it is. In a way to draw a point. Because like...
I mean, it's a point. If it's a point
Yeah.
and you hit the fucking target of that point, it's still a point. It's still not that invalid.
I would say okay. But yes, continue.
Laws against charging exorbitant rates on short-term loans. So why do these apps get to skate around charging whatever they want? Well, as with most legal issues, it all comes down to the wording of the law itself. In order for an interest rate to be regulated, it has to actually exist. And since these EWA apps are technically not loans, they technically don't have interest rates. And if you're not providing a loan and not charging an interest rate, you don't get regulated. It's as simple as that. EWA apps argue that they are simply advancing payment on a paycheck, not actually loaning out money. Okay, I guess that's one way to look at it, but it definitely doesn't make sense. At the most basic level, a loan is defined as money lent at interest. So I'm not really sure how they're justifying in their heads that they are not the ones loaning me money, but instead, I'm supposed to believe that I'm borrowing money from my future self. And the interest they're charging might not be called interest, but we all know what it really is. That said, the apps don't really care what you think because what they're doing is working.
A banking app that's giving $200 interest-free cash advances.
Jason Derulo, no! Not again! Jason! No!
Through influencer marketing campaigns, these apps are convincing Gen Z that their budgeting failures are actually their employer's fault. And instead, they should be using the apps to get their money as soon as they finish their shift. That way, they're not waiting until payday for the cash to land in their bank account. But I'm sorry, bi-weekly pay isn't some crazy new concept that only Gen Z has had to deal with. It's been a thing since the 1940s and is arguably a great way to train yourself to live within your means. There's really no world in which you should
I actually don't get like the idea, the quote, the video that was said earlier at the start of the video. That was like, what was it called? The math isn't mathing. Why do we get paid every few weeks when we spend shit every day? Sir, you're not supposed to be paid like a fixed amount of money every fucking day just because you spend every fucking day. Your salary is a fucking salary. That salary is supposed to be for the rest of your 2 weeks, the rest of your month, depending on how your salary is.
If you get paid every day and then spend every day, you'll be living paycheck to paycheck your entire life. There's no way you're saving for anything.
Yeah, and that's kind of dangerous to expect something like that because you're not going to learn proper money management if you're given a set amount of money every day. Because you're supposed to like keep track of your expenses and shit, and you won't realize how expensive things are until you see it in like a bigger picture, right? Like, sure, I can pay for this fucking 250 pesos fucking meal right now. But if I had that shit every day, and my income every day is what, 2,000 pesos? But like, of course, it's not the only thing I'm gonna buy every day. I'm gonna buy like groceries and shit. Yeah. That's not gonna be great. Ugh. Annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. Everything's annoying. Everything financial always annoys me. I get that money is such an exciting fucking thing to deal with. Oh my god, I should do this with my best friend.
Am I not your best friend? What the fuck?
Oh.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Talk more about finances with other finances people, aka Nicole. You are a finance person. I'm literally watching this video with you. Now go do whatever you have to do. I want to continue watching this video with you. I've been on the... what's it called? I've been on the binge to watch more YouTube video essays. Thankfully, I'm not watching a lot of like YouTube drama anymore. And if I am, it's usually about like some bigger issues and it isn't just, oh, this person messed up or something. I usually save those for sleeping. So it doesn't actually get stored in my head. I just use it because someone's yapping. Yabba 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 do shit. But I'm actually really glad that I'm watching more video essays on things that kind of do matter. Financials, economics. I have not watched much yet on politics. I don't know if my heart or my brain is going to like comprehend and fully be entrapped with a lot of political bullshit. You know, especially since I am in a country where there's a lot of political bullshit to muster up. It's gonna be fucking annoying. But I'm glad I'm able to watch more things that are still quite important for society in general, I suppose. Oh my god. I've only done a few people. I'm gonna be so cray. I am cray. Hello, Chervy. You have a lot of parahol. Hello, I'm so sorry. I keep yapping. Come na say. I keep forgetting that it's not here. Hello. Also, I do have latency. I apologize. Chervy. Oh wait, you were here the other day. Hello. I apologize. I don't know if it's the latency as well. Come na say. I don't know when you'll be able to hear me say hi to you, Gamen. I do not have a lot of para, by the way. The figure that I said earlier, that's not true. I do not have 2,000 pesos a day. To be honest, I don't think that's a valid factor or valid figure to think about as well. Because I'm definitely not getting paid 2,000 pesos a day. I'm just using it as a crunch number for salaries in general. What's like... Oh, fuck. Definitely not 2,000 pesos a day. What? Like 500 pesos a day-ish? I think that one. Scary. Huh. Also, I am waiting for Zan to come back. So we can continue watching videos. Right now, I am still doing this. This is still... I got to sleep. Bye-bye. Bye-bye! Cherry. Sleep well. I have to think about how tedious drawing is sometimes. Because, damn, I have to shade a lot of things. I don't know if the shading, erasing would be much better in general for this, not gonna lie. Because I haven't really tried that much. I should probably do it though. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
I'm back.
He's back. Wanna continue watching?
Yes.
Okay.
Expect to instantly get your cash after you finish your day at work, unless you're 12 years old mowing your neighbor's lawn. You should have the capability to properly account for the gap between your paychecks and not have to run to an instant cash app to cover the difference, especially if it's for non-necessities like going on vacation or out to dinner with friends. And if you watch enough of these commercials and videos posted by influencers, you'll start to catch on to something. They push all the marketing as some strange empowerment tool, convincing young adults that the system is against them and these apps are on their side to get the money they already earned. But in reality, these apps are part of the system that's keeping them living paycheck to paycheck. Because just like a mousetrap is triggered when the mouse takes the cheese, so too is the debt spiral. If you're already living paycheck to paycheck, things are going to be tight, and if something unexpected pops up, like a flat tire, you might not have enough to cover that expense. So you pop out your phone and request $100 to cover the mechanic's bill. It seems like nothing at first because you'll be able to pay it off with your next paycheck, but you really just started a chain reaction that could take years to dig yourself out of if you're in the wrong spot. You see, if your next paycheck was already 100% accounted for from your rent, utility bills, and groceries, you don't have an extra $100 lying around to pay off that instant cash. But because of the way these apps are set up, that $100 is leaving your account as soon as your paycheck shows up, leaving you with $100 less in your pay than the week before. And because your paycheck was smaller, you'll probably need to pull more instant cash next week to cover groceries, meaning your next paycheck will be even smaller. Eventually, this spiral can get so out of hand that your paycheck could be anywhere from $30 to $40 by the time all of your EWA loans are paid off that week. And just like that, your innocent need for a little extra cash could end up costing you your entire paycheck. Take this user, for example. They make about $1,000 bi-weekly and use these apps to get some extra money they needed at the time. Now their entire paycheck is drained by the apps automatically pulling the amount they owe, leaving the user with a negative balance every single month and having no idea how to get out of the hole they dug themselves, which is exactly what the apps want. They design their websites, their marketing, and their user interfaces to feel clean and safe because they know that most of us understand that the yellow and black payday loan signs are scams. So they do the complete opposite, and they've convinced many young adults that this is your money and there's no fees or high interest payments that could get you stuck. It's just getting the money you earned when you earn it. But in reality, as we saw earlier, the implied interest rates on these not loans are way more than payday loans. And truthfully, you'd be better off getting into credit card debt than using these. Yes, credit cards would run you a crazy high 20 to 30% interest, but it's better than 1,000%. They're both bad options if you are in debt, and truthfully, the only good option is to make more money. If you're already living paycheck to paycheck, things are probably tight, and that's okay. Do your best to reduce any frivolous spending or wastefulness in your life, but most of all, find a way to pick up more hours at work, start a second job, or start a side hustle to bring in some extra cash. Focus on the highest interest debt first and start knocking out your loans as soon as possible. And a great way to make some extra cash is to start a business of your own with very low startup costs. But sometimes that's easier said than done. And that's why a site like Printful is so helpful. In fact, I used Printful when I was in
Printful. Oh wait, yeah, I know
college to earn some extra money on the side selling t-shirt designs I came up
Train!
Slower.
Why is it slow?
with.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's
But
okay,
slow as
we have
fuck.
that shit. We have that shit sometimes too. It's an ad.
As you can, all I have to do is up my store, like my new design is on my website and available to purchase. Printful takes care of t-shirts with graphics either. Printful and something website, money, or something that just seems.
Oh wait, that's the end of the video. It was just a last minute segue to the video.
Finance question mark?
What?
More finance question mark?
Yep. Let me just find that that's the thing. Oh, this one. The new gambling epidemic.
Do you know what that means?
Explain. Let's go gambling! Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it. Ah, dang it.
Oh my god, did you hear the Pope died? Do you know what that means? It means you can bet on this. Oh, come on! What's
Oh,
here?
polymath.
Hi!
There's $6.5 million of betting volume on this. Man, why are so many people betting on this?
How did gambling addictions become the rite of passage for college males? Are 19-year-olds all of a sudden statistical geniuses? Or are we enabling a generation of degenerate gamblers and watching the casino move to Wall Street?
Like, we can all agree it's crazy that people are betting on the next pope, right? And I think I'm going to be one of those people. I didn't know you could bet on that.
These are things you wouldn't ever even think to gamble on, yet there are
No!
Funny. You can bet on this Brumble
But first, I think it's important to understand what we're even getting ourselves into. Because technically speaking, this is anything but gambling.
Betting or selecting. I guess I shouldn't phrase it as betting. That's probably not how it's supposed to be phrased.
Instead, it's an algorithmic trading of event contingent derivative contracts. But what does that even mean? In order to understand, we should take a look at the difference between gambling and prediction markets, because legally speaking, they are very different. For example, when you're placing a bet on a football game, you are betting directly against the house. So no matter what happens, the house will always make money in the long run, regardless of the outcome of the game. In a truly fair bet, like gambling on the outcome of a coin flip, the odds would be considered even money, or plus 100, meaning you bet $100 to win $100. The implied probability for each side is 50%, which adds up to 100% in total. However, when a sportsbook or the house gets involved, the odds are set so that the implied probability for all outcomes adds up to more than 100%. That extra percent is the house's built-in commission for taking your trade, or action as they call it, which means the house's job is not to correctly predict the winner, but instead to set the odds in a way that attracts roughly equal amounts of money on both sides. And when the game ends, the house uses the money lost by one group of bettors to pay the winning group, and they keep the VIG as their guaranteed profit on the total amount wagered. This can be a little difficult to understand, so let's break it down with some numbers. Say you and I are watching the Vikings versus the Chargers this week. Right now, the sportsbooks have the over-under on...
I understand finance, I don't understand gambling. He's explaining it though. Let it continue.
I got the bookkeeping stuff.
The total number of points scored to be 44.5, which means that you can either bet that there will be less than 44.5 total points scored or more by the end of the game. You can see here that the odds of that is -110 for both sides of the bet. So if you bet they will score over 44.5 total points and I bet that they will score less than that, we would each risk $110 for the potential profit of $100. Let's say the final score at the end of the game ends up being 28-21, which leaves us with a total of 49 points scored, meaning you win the bet and the house will pay you $210. That includes the $110 you placed originally and the $100 in profit, but the house keeps the $10 from my bet as their profit. So I end up walking away with nothing, and that is the most important piece to this whole equation. No matter who wins or loses, the house always walks away with a profit on the deal. But in prediction markets, it's different. Unlike gambling, there is no house that is taking your bet. Instead, you're betting directly against your peers, and that's why prediction markets are considered peer-to-peer marketplaces. If you think about it, it's almost like a stock exchange. There are no odds set on the individual outcomes. Instead, the amount you can win is determined by the supply and demand of traders on each side of the outcome. So as we can see here, as more traders bet that the Fed will cut rates,
I like how it immediately becomes starting to become complicated. It immediately
I'm starting to understand more.
Sorry, man, I'm a gambler. I understand the gamble. I'm a gachapon lover. I used to play Genshin. I'm so stupid.
It really got complicated for me and it really got simpler for me.
Okay, we're gonna continue now.
rates in October, the payout for that trade becomes smaller and smaller. If you had bought 100 contracts on September 1st when the chance of a rate cut was 48%, you could have spent $48 and received $100 if you were right. But now that more and more traders are agreeing that the rate cut is the most likely outcome, those 100 contracts have a 94% chance of being right, and they would cost you $96 today with the potential to get back 100. So your profit went from $52.
What?
Do you want an explanation?
Sort of.
To just...
Sorry.
So basically in a prediction market thingy, the more people that bet on the same thing as you bet on, the lesser profit percentage there is, okay?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure.
Yes, that's basically it. That's basically all there is to it. And gambling, it is like you bet this much amount, you get this much amount.
Mm.
In prediction market, you bet this much amount, but 98 other people also bet this much amount, and only 2 people bet the other thing. So you will most likely only make $2. But if the other 2 people, their bet wins, because they bet against so many people,
Mhm.
even though they bet only $2, they can make $100.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Because the difference now with like bookkeeping and gambling is bookkeeping and gambling essentially takes the bets of everyone at and making them like equal. So it's always fixed. But in stock markets, in prediction markets, no one is keeping that in the middle ground. Yeah.
$4. Not because the house or sports books changed the odds, but because your peers started coming to the same conclusion. And there's no vig or margin built in for the house. The prediction markets instead take a commission or fee on the winnings, pretty similar to trading a stock. And just like trading a stock, you can buy and sell your position whenever you want. So if you bought in when the odds of the rate cut were 48% and have held through today at 94%, you could opt to just sell your position and take your profit now before the Fed actually comes to a decision. Unlike most traditional gambling games where you have to wait for the outcome of the event to occur before getting your money. But prediction markets are anything but new. Even though it seems like they've popped up out of nowhere over the last 5 years and minted the youngest billionaire on earth, they have been around for a while. If we go all the way back to the 16th century, markets were used to predict and bet on the election of the Pope in Italy, and in the 18th century, coffee...
Can't believe people were betting on the Pope even before it was cool. That's so
We've always doing that shit. It's now just standardized into a website.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, gambling in entirety first started on gambling on events, current events and shit like that.
Mhm.
That's what it started on, or like dumb bets.
Mhm.
Then it became like games and like more complicated shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fun shit.
Coffee houses in London served as exchanges to bet on political scandals and changes in parliament, with these exchanges actually becoming the modern-day London Stock Exchange. And more recently, in the 19th and 20th centuries, US election odds were used as predictive tools in determining the outcome of upcoming elections, which is what brings us to the name itself. Why are these markets called prediction markets instead of gambling? Because you're basically betting on the outcome of an event. Well, that's where we need to consider the goal for each platform. In gambling, the goal is to entertain and profit from a favorable outcome. Like I mentioned earlier, sportsbooks don't set the odds as a way of predicting the outcome. They just set them in a way that will draw in as many bettors as possible. But in a prediction market, the goal is to collect information and forecast the likelihood of an event occurring. As the market price changes, we get a collective real-time forecast of an event's probability. It's almost like a hive mind with millions of data points coming together to create a prediction of what will happen. But sometimes that data isn't actually as reliable as you might think, but we'll get to that later. Let me introduce you to the 2 major players in the space, Kalshi and Polymarket. Although they both offer very similar markets to trade on, they are pretty different in the way that they operate. The biggest difference being which platform is legally allowed to operate in the United States. Since prediction markets aren't considered gambling, they are governed at the federal level by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. And if you remember from earlier, trading on a prediction market is known as buying and selling contracts. These contracts are the glue to the entire argument that this is not all gambling. These contracts are considered financial derivatives, which are some of the most complex things to understand in financial markets. But at their core, a derivative is something that derives its value from another asset. When you buy...
What did you say?
True, David, is some of the most complicated things because I remember how yesterday night I explained to you futures. It's a contract about something you will buy in the future.
Uh-huh.
Basically, derivative, that's the point of derivative. Deriving value, that he just said, deriving value from an asset. So in the futures contract, you're taking a paper, writing a contract on it, and the paper itself has no value. But you're getting the value from the stock that you will buy in the future. And that's all derivatives.
My brain.
What you do?
My brain.
You want me to shush?
No, it's okay, but my brain.
Uh-huh. Your brain. And also, if you remember what I told you yesterday, with this and that type of security, it like how there's stocks, there's bonds. It's not something like that. It's a type of security that exists for all securities. Yes.
What?
Never mind. It's fine. Your brain is somewhere else.
I'm sorry.
But why is it though? I'm
But
curious. Can I know?
Of ranks in Star Trek crews. It's for the commission.
Okay.
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 Okay. Okay.
Buy a contract or a derivative, you're not actually buying that asset like a stock. You're instead paying for the ability to buy that asset in the future at a set price. So in the case of a prediction market, you're not actually trading on the outcome of the event itself, but you're trading on the value of the event's outcome. In prediction markets, that value is based on the probability of the future event actually happening, which means the value of the contract decreases as the event becomes more certain, or increases as the event becomes more uncertain, mainly because less people are willing to take the trade on an event that is unlikely to happen. So if you take the trade with the smallest probability of happening and you end up being right, you'll walk away as the biggest winner. In 2020, Kalshi received approval from the CFTC
Gambling!
to operate as a designated contract market, or DCM. As a DCM, Kalshi is now able to create a contract on basically anything they see fit, as long as it isn't related to terrorism, assassination, war, gaming, or any other illegal events. But wait, if event contracts on gaming aren't allowed, then why did we place buy contracts on the outcome of the football game? Well, the word gaming in this context doesn't really have a definition, which is exactly what allows Kalshi to get away with setting up event contracts on basically anything they want, from elections to NBA games. The CEO of Kalshi was actually quoted saying, "I just don't really know what this has to do with gambling. If we are gambling, then I think you're basically calling the entire financial market gambling," which to some extent is correct. Trading on any stock at its purest form is betting on whether the price.
I am calling most financial markets gambling.
Isn't it all gambling? Isn't stocks a gamble?
Yeah.
Yes, everything's a
But
gamble.
yeah, but the thing about stocks is they have a lot of data behind them. Like the companies have a lot of data behind them, and the stocks of the companies also have a lot of data behind them. So you can calculate and predict how the stocks will move. The thing about this is like betting on news. I mean, all financial markets are gambling as well, but they are they're things that can be calculated still. In a way, that is one major difference. For most people, it's gambling, but it's possible for it to not be a gamble.
I mean, if you're educated in something enough, you become a wizard. A wizard, Harry. You become a wizard at knowing stuff. You're a wizard!
But this is not something you can calculate. You cannot calculate when Trump will bomb Iceland or some shit.
Yes. Unless
You
some
could
people
calculate
claim.
who will become pope if like it's a voting system, or who will become next president if it's a voting system, because you can go through surveys and research papers of people's opinions on the parties and each politician.
Yeah.
And then you can, like, it will be a long annoying research, but like you could research and come to conclusion of who is more likely to win. So that is technically not a gamble. It's possible to calculate.
It's
but
a
not everything is
calculated
possible to
gamble.
calculate. Yes. Because there's still a chance the gamble won't work.
You're still gambling.
I am gambling.
You're studying to become a gambler. No! my boyfriend will become a gambler or nor.
But technically everything is gambling.
That's true.
So why not take the gamble which is the highest chance of return? Not highest chance. Lower chance, high return.
You know what's not a gamble?
What?
Following a recipe in a cookbook.
It's still a gamble if you don't know how to cook.
That's the gamble on the person. The fucking recipe isn't a gamble. If you do it everything to the T and you have all the shit correct, it is never a gamble. You will always have good brownies.
No, if you don't, if you're not like familiar with kitchen utensils, you can still fuck up even if you follow the recipe to the T.
That's a human gamble. That's a human error gamble.
Yeah,
The
and
recipe
even in finances, if like the person is familiar with the financial instrument and financial tools, even if they follow a strategy perfectly, they might still lose money. It is the exact same thing, just different situations.
Yeah.
Everything's the exact same thing, just different situations. The entire world is the exact same thing. Everything's a gamble. Yours?
Yeah, ma.
Once again, do it. Stand up for 5 seconds.
Oh no. Oh gosh. Okay, I have to redo some things. Oh fuck! I should have gotten there first.
Mahal.
Yar.
Cable protectors.
Love that for you.
Now let's see if it works.
Wrapping it around, it should.
Guys, you can start.
Because I've just been saying to fill the silence in my own head.
Price will go up or down. So I kind of see the point he's trying to make, but the states and the casinos operating within them aren't as happy with that explanation, which we'll touch on in a bit. But first, we should talk about Polymarket, the other big fish in the prediction market pool. You see, Polymarket is an interesting business. Unlike Kalshi, who operate as a federally regulated DCM, Polymarket is a decentralized blockchain-based exchange, which means you can't transfer cash directly.
No!
It's all based on crypto. With all that said, Polymarket has not been as successful in the judicial process as Kalshi. In 2022, the CFTC sued Polymarket for operating an illegal, unregistered derivatives trading platform in the US because they did not have the approval to operate as a DCM like Kalshi. That lawsuit was settled for $1.4 million, but the settlement required that Polymarket not allow US citizens to trade on the platform, which they didn't do too good of a job on. US users were just using VPNs to change their location locations and continued betting. So in 2024, the FBI ended up raiding the CEO's apartment. At the moment, Polymarket is still banned from the US market, but some things might be changing. So if casinos are bad and sports betting is their ugly cousin, what does that make prediction markets? Are they the hot new thing on the street, or are they truly degeneracy at its finest? It kind of depends on how you look at it and your opinion on financial markets as a whole. My problem with it lies in the fact that it makes gambling extremely easy and extremely accessible. Since these event contracts are governed under federal futures trading laws, you only have to be 18 years old to place a bet, unlike gambling, which is 21 in most states. Additionally, you can't argue that these platforms don't drive the desire to gamble through the roof. We already know how detrimental gambling addiction can be, and as these platforms become more and more popular, they become more and more desired by everybody. So if you can get someone in the door with a quick bet on the Sunday night football game, then tease them with a quick side bet on how long they think the government shutdown's gonna last, you can slowly drag new bettors into a lifetime of regret and leave them placing bets on anything and everything. Not to mention, this opens the door for an insane amount of insider trading. I mean, just think about it. Every time Trump does a speech or press conference, there's an event contract open to place bets on specific words he might say. How hard would it be for one of the scriptwriters to just slip in the word China into the speech and make a quick buck? Or during these company earnings calls, if you saw the talking points beforehand, you could easily place a bet and win.
Yeah, I hope we answered your question on that. I was a little distracted because I was tracking the prediction market about what Coinbase will say on their next earnings call, and I just want to, add here the words Bitcoin, Ethereum, blockchain, staking, and Web3 to make sure we get those in before the end of the call.
Now, I understand that to an extent, insider trading is that easy when you have insider information. But with these platforms, the enforcement is much harder because a lot of the times they're not required to inform regulators of system.
No, he's well, technically poking fun at it, but also being like, hey, so like Polymarket has this bet running on us, so I'm gonna get these words through so that the bet goes through on the Polymarket. So basically, he's manipulating the bet casually, and it's legal.
I mean, yeah, nobody's telling him to not say this shit. It's not his fault that people are betting on it.
He can bet on it and make money himself.
Yep.
Because crypto, so like no one can track who's the one actually betting.
Yep.
It can be anyone.
Can't believe they did this to my boy from Apex Legends. I still love you, Crypto from Apex Legends. What? That's his name. Yeah, the one with the drone. That's him.
I think he came way later than I stopped actually caring about Apex.
I think he came mid or early mid, something like that. Play.
Suspicious trades. For example, Kalshi isn't required to report any suspicious trades to the NBA, which leaves everybody in the dark on whether there is some form of insider trading or gaming of the system. That said, these legal issues are changing in real time. In fact, since I started working on this video a few weeks ago, a lot of the rules have been adjusted and a lot of big news came out. The biggest of which being a $2 billion investment in Polymarket by the Intercontinental Exchange, who is the parent company of the New York Stock Exchange. Now, why would the New York Stock Exchange invest in a company that's not even allowed to operate in the United States? Well, if I were a betting man, I would probably venture to guess that Polymarket will be live in the US by the end of the year. Outside of Polymarket and Kalshi, we've also seen some huge moves from other platforms. Specifically, Robinhood is getting very involved and now offer a full suite of sports betting and prediction market events, as well as the traditional gambling sites like DraftKings and FanDuel, both of which have recently acquired CFTC-approved prediction markets that they will be integrating into their current platforms, with the hopes of expanding their sports betting nationwide, even in the states they were previously not allowed to operate in. Which brings us back to the problem that states and casinos have with prediction markets. Traditionally, because gambling is governed by the states, they've had to abide by the different laws and regulations in each state. This includes paying taxes on gambling revenue and other specialty fees. But since prediction markets aren't gambling, they don't have to pay, which has led to countless lawsuits across the country led by state legislatures, gambling addiction funds, and Native American tribes, all alleging that these prediction markets are actually gambling companies and should be governed accordingly. But the prediction markets continue to argue that they are not sports betting or gambling websites.
Yeah, I mean, I think that these prediction markets are qualitatively different than sports gambling for a couple of reasons.
They feel that they are providing the public with a service by giving investors an increased view of public sentiment or allowing the public to get a better idea of future events. And allowing people to make money on them is just a side piece to the whole equation. They even argue that gambling on sports isn't even about the game itself. It's about the potential for economic opportunity if a given sports team wins. Because with a win, more people go to the next game, more people shop for jerseys, and the city will see an economic return. So your bet on the prediction is actually related to the economic outcome of the game, not the game itself. I'm not sure most of the people placing their bets see it that way, but if that's how they get around the regulations, so be it. This market is evolving faster than we can really keep up with, and things have changed drastically over the last couple weeks. The NHL just signed a deal with Polymarket and Kalshi. Sports parlays are now available on Kalshi. Robinhood continues to expand their sports betting offerings. And we just saw one of the largest sports betting scandals in recent history. So it'll be interesting to watch how this all develops and to figure out if there's a way to actually trade prediction markets like the stock market.
Subscribe.
The thing about these apps, I don't think they're doing anything to get people addicted. And that is why people don't have much issues with them. Like, they are gambling sites, yes, but they're not going out of their way to get people addicted.
Yeah.
Which is what most gambling apps and casinos and shit like that do. They use strategies to get people addicted. Polymarket isn't doing that. Polymarket is just like making itself interesting enough that people are attracted to the idea of it.
And also because just the idea of it is kind of ridiculous, you know?
And
like, what do you mean you're gonna fucking bet if Trump will bomb this place or some shit? That's stupid. And people will bet for it because, if I'm honest, it's more so like a community-made thing than it is anything else. It's just a medium for people to bet stupidly. Which is probably not the best fucking business model, like, in an ethical standpoint, but you know, fuck it, people will ball.
Not ethical, but entertaining.
Yep. This is why kids, you should never get into gambling. Wanna watch the new timeshare app timeshare trap explained?
Can we go a little bit history?
History?
Not current events, finance, maybe things that happened in the past.
I'll look for something. Do you want worst esports disaster ever?
That's not finance.
Oh, okay. There's something about we still don't know how Epstein got so rich. A little bit of political issue as well.
Do you want to watch that?
Do you want to watch that?
Not really, not that curious about how Epstein got rich.
Okay. There's a
business decisions made in
No!
the interest of maximizing share.
There's a channel called How Money Works, and I'm like, huh, I think Zan would like this channel.
The thing is, I don't really watch finance stuff on my own. So,
fair. That's okay.
watching shit with you gives me an opportunity to consume actually content that's good for me compared to be not.
Yes. Thank you, Mingle2829. Thank you very much. I'm still working on it. I'm a little bit slow on it, but at least I'm enjoying it.
I'm a distraction, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I wanted to watch with you. Thank you! For context, by the way, I'm currently looking for a finance video to watch with my boyfriend because for some reason this is very interesting for me.
I don't get why it's interesting for you.
I don't know why
But I'm
either. I don't know why I'm interested in finance, especially when I hate it.
Yes, precisely.
I like the
That's why I
idea
got
of
the
money, but no, I hate the economics of it. That's insane. Hello, thank you. But like, I still have a lot to work with this. How can I show you guys the? This deserves so much more. Thank you so much. Don't worry. I am. This is a good commission. I've been paid what I asked for. Well, how can I show this poster? I don't know if I can actually show this poster very well. It's like a Star Trek top-down table view poster, but I'm still not done with it. Thank you. Oracle, do you want to watch something about AI? It's not Fainan's video. If not Bubble, why Bubble Shape? It's funny.
Is it the AI bubble?
Yeah. Can we watch
want
it?
to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the title
If
so
you ask
much.
anybody what they think about the investment
Okay, we're gonna watch a video about the AI bubble thing. If you are not a fan of that, don't worry. It's okay. You guys can lurk over. It's fine. No, I fucked it up.
No.
My bad. Okay. Don't worry. But I will more probably just rant about this video again. Because this is the best thing that I do. Feel free to stay by Mingle if you want to hear me out. Go ahead. Hopefully I can do more art so you can at least watch something. Okay. Well.
market surrounding AI, they are all going to say the same thing.
Internet bubble. There will be a bubble. You're in an AI bubble.
The only bubble I want are soap bubbles, bitch!
And it's easy to see why they might think so. The entire market is being carried by a few firms speculating about the future of AI. They are all playing a game of say a bigger number every quarter. The products they are releasing are a long way from covering the cost they are incurring, and every day it just looks like this whole game is being held together by tech CEOs.
The dude I see on F5 YouTube channel. No, he doesn't. Well, he has a YouTube and Twitch account, but he doesn't stream unless he wants to stream.
Wait, what?
Someone's asking you if you have a channel. Someone's
No.
asking. He doesn't. But he's fun to watch, to be with. I would ask him to do content with me in the future, though. He is the ground to my high. That's not great to say. I mean, but this... Huh?
I mean, I do want to make content with you.
Yeah.
But like, I want you to like feel okay with making content again because you like have felt pressure about it. So like that's why I'm not really pushing for content together yet. But maybe in the future.
Maybe in the
Hopefully
future when
within
I'm
the
not
year,
in my
hopefully in
finals.
2026.
Hopefully. His name is Zan, by the way. He is my boyfriend. He's not just a friend, he's a boyfriend. Thank you for stopping by the channel, though. He's usually here. If he's not here, he's probably mostly in chat. Right now, I'm just watching finance or topic videos with him.
Passing around
We've
the
been ranting for like the past hours.
numbers look good. This is to say nothing of the outside geopolitical risks that could smother this whole industry. The more you look into the current state of the market, the less flattering it looks behind the scenes. But the most dangerous thing in the world
My
is
friend.
not
Oh, wow. Hi, Mia.
that simply ain't.
Oh, wait. Oh, my God. I forgot to tell everyone. I am multi-streaming to YouTube and to Twitch. So if you don't hear any channels, I mean, if you don't see any text, it's probably because they are on a different platform. Also, hello, Mia. Welcome to the stream. Here's an SO for you. How are you? How are you? How are
Yes,
you?
I am, but
Also, oh my God. Thank you for ESO. You are welcome. You know, I'm not gonna say anything about it.
Wait,
But
what?
yes. I am shook for BF News. I've been with my boyfriend for a year now. I mean, yes. How are you? I'm doing well.
More
How
than
are you,
me.
Mia?
more than yeah, yes.
Yes.
You're right.
I have been with him for more than a year. Do I not say it enough? I thought it was obvious.
I don't think you say it enough. But also it should be obvious. But also I'm pretty sure people would just like to not assume.
Fair. This is fine. How
The
is
fuck?
you, Mia? I hope you have been doing well. I've not been able to catch up on your streams. I've seen you live every couple times, but I'm not able to like drop in to say a hello. I usually lurk and then do my stuff. I am just possessive friend already. we can share. Live, laugh, love, Mia. We are currently going to watch a video while I'm doing artwork. I hope you have been doing well. Hehe. We've been ranting for the past hour about like finance stuff. We're moving to like the AI bubble now. The video is called If Not Bubble, Why Bubble Shaped. I have been sicky, but I'm alive. Why? Oh my god, why have people been getting sick? It's January, it's supposed to be warming up. Why? Is it cold for you, son?
Kinda, not much.
Damn. Fuck the AI indeed. We're watching.
Fuck the AI.
Don't actually. Screw the concept. Fuck generative AI. Yes.
Not generative AI.
WP. Is delayed going to the doctor for months? Ma'am, why? Why? Why have you delayed, my dear? Why have you delayed that long? Oh no. Yes, we hate it. There are some specific use cases for the technicalities of AI, but generative AI, fuck off. We're gonna watch a video about like the bubble pop of AI. Can't wait for it to pop and be not as ridiculous as it is. Because busy. Okay, that is true. I have also been quite busy in general. Ah! Yes. I mean, I'm genuinely hoping it would be something like the .com bubble, and then it will just like serve its own plateau for the longest time. So done with it. True. Okay, we're gonna play the video now.
If everybody has agreed that this is a bubble, then why are informed investors still piling billions of dollars?
There's so much things with it. I still don't understand why a lot of people are pushing like AI stuff without the option of turning it off. Especially with like the Windows update, right? Like I mean obviously it's not just generative AI on the Windows update or anything, but it's still ass to like not be able to opt out of it. And if you're using their product, you automatically hello fluffy paws, welcome to the stream. We're talking about the AI bubble right now and we hate it. We're watching a video about it. What was I saying?
I don't know.
There's not a lot of generative AI, of course. It's supposed to be helping you with the technicalities, but I don't like that you can't opt out of it whenever you use a single product. Is there using your finger to draw? Oh, heavens no. I have a tablet with a stylus pen. I'm using the Xiaomi Pad 6. With the, what's it called? Xiaomi Smart Pen 2, I think. I'm using a stylus. I don't think I have enough patience for finger painting. Genuinely. There are so many good like artists though drawing with their fingers and I'm like, what the fuck?
Is it actually called finger painting though?
No, you just use your finger. But you know, it's fun to say it as a finger painting. It's fun.
Dollars into it every month. Are they dumber than us, or do they see something that regular people don't? Now, I want to say that, for the record, I think this whole thing is absolutely cooked. However, the best way to really understand something is to not seek out information that confirms your beliefs, but instead those that challenge them. So, to play devil's advocate, how is it possible that this whole thing is not just speculative mania?
We as a country need these investments if we're going to be the leader in AI technology.
I've always been jealous of
NVIDIA is making a $100 billion investment in OpenAI.
The world's top tech companies are pouring billions into building new data centers in the U.S.
It'll be a world of incredible material abundance. It'll be a world where individual ability, impact, whatever, is just so far beyond what a person can do today.
But the economic impact of these deals, it turns out, is indistinct.
Patrick Boyle, my boy!
Now, the thing about bubbles is that usually they take some kind of outside force to pop them. The .com collapse was kicked off with a combination of factors.
It's a YouTuber that has a very monotone and sarcastic talking style. That's very... his videos are more so about the financial... Oh my god, we can watch him! We can watch him after this. Finger artist indeed.
Out. Microsoft being sued for violation of antitrust laws.
I'm sorry, what did you say, son?
I'm sad they didn't give me a straw.
For what, baby? You don't have one.
Drink.
It's okay, just got it. Slip,
No,
slip,
one
slip.
thing. I will get straw.
But eat well. Zan got this McDonald's. I've tried like finger painting before, or becoming a finger artist before on my phone, on like my Android phone. Gang, it was, I couldn't. My finger was starting to burn up within the first few minutes of it, and I'm like, how do they do this? Like, that's crazy.
Back.
He is back again.
Back again.
MicroStrategy doing a massive revising of their financial results, causing their stock to fall 60% in a single day and getting them into hot water with the SEC, and a single article that pointed out the unviable business model that a lot of .com companies were running on. A few years later, the housing bubble was popped by the subprime mortgage crisis, which itself was kicked off by rate resets and loan originators filing for bankruptcy. So if the AI industry was in a bubble, it's had a lot of things that have come a long way which could have popped it. Market instability around tariffs, legislative controls over AI chips, rising interest rates, legal challenges over training data, organizational shocks, infrastructure problems, concerning studies over business use cases, and what looks like increasingly desperate attempts to generate any kind of revenue. That's not to mention that if one article back in 2000 could start unraveling the .com bubble, surely the daily articles coming out about the problems in this industry should do the same, right? Well, so far at least, the market has pretty much just shrugged all of this off, and it's been able to do this for three very important reasons. The first is where all of this money is actually coming from. Over the last decade and a half, big US tech companies have slowly built up an enormous pile of cash. Outside of insurance or financial firms, which are legally mandated to have cash on hand for compliance reasons, tech companies like Microsoft, Meta, Apple, and Alphabet have more cash than any other companies on the planet after saving it away for the better part of 2 decades. They had been doing this for 2 reasons. The first was that before 2017, tax laws heavily incentivized shifting cash into offshore accounts primarily held in Ireland. The exact structures that they used to erode these profits into a haven like this were very complicated. But once the cash was there, they couldn't really touch it unless they wanted to pay tax on it. This means that they just slowly accumulated cash waiting for something to use it on. However, in 2017, these companies were offered a one-time deal to bring back these offshore savings into America for a small tax concession, which gave them all a lot of dry powder to make some big local investments. Now, they have used a lot of that money to do share buybacks, and they have kept a lot of it abroad to fund their international operations, but they also earmarked billions for future capital expenditures. Now, the second reason they built such huge cash reserves was because for a while, these companies were actually struggling to find projects worth investing in. They had become so dominant in their respective markets that spending a lot of money on development was seen as an unnecessary expense that wasn't really worth the risk. Today, that has obviously changed, and the big companies that are driving most of the expenditure on data centers are almost making up for a lost decade where they were arguably not investing enough money into new projects. This also applies to all of the money they are introducing into the system to support less established firms like OpenAI. Sure, the money is getting passed around a lot once it's in the system, but the initial source of these funds is largely coming from piles of cash these companies had sitting on the sidelines. This means compared to something like the house.
So you're telling me they just started to splurge when the tax thing of the US is like, okay, fine, you can get back your money for a small tax, and they just had it, and now that they have too much money, they decided, oh my god, I think AI might be the new thing. Right? Is that it? You know, if I put it that way, they kind of sound like teenagers who are working on impulses, and technically that's what the stock market is. This is why you shouldn't gamble. This is the worst way to try to entice people not to do dumb shit. Nom nom.
Wait,
Yes.
let me just chew first.
Eat well, my dear, my beloved.
Okay, yes, what I was saying. The other 2 things will happen with the AI bubble. Either it will like pop like a balloon. So you know when like balloon has a hole in it and it slowly...
Yeah.
Yes, one of those 2 things can happen because right now AI doesn't have much purpose. Either it slowly builds that purpose and like develops into something worth having, or it pops. So the only way it doesn't pop is that it becomes actually useful.
Because I can't see a thing about AI right now other than like the technical thing that we discussed like the other day, where AI as a technology should just be used for the technicality standpoint basis instead of generative AI, because still don't see a fucking point in generative AI if you have people who do art in general, who do artistic creative shit. AI should have always been for checking your grammar or seeing if you made a typo. Obviously, more things than that, more technical things about that. It could probably help people with coding. You know, if it wasn't so wrong all the time. If it could have done basic math, maybe I would have had a little bit more faith in it.
I mean, it isn't really bad for coding. You know the thing called vibe coding?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm talking about like the general sphere of AI right now being like, especially with like things like ChatGPT, because they learn from the people interacting with them, right? So if they get fed vibe coding the T app, imagine. So, but like if they, what was I saying? If ChatGPT can't do basic PEMDAS or something, how can I trust it to do proper coding? Because people can just feed jack shit into it, and ChatGPT, at least as far as I know right now, is just more inclined to say, oh yes, you're so right, I'm so sorry, that was my fault and everything. And I'm like, no girl, stand up for yourself, I'm wrong, I'm lying to you, I'm not nice about it, I'm lying. Learns it.
But like, the thing about using it for coding is there's specific coding apps that like specific AI apps for coding. So there's like specialization in the AI, and like ChatGPT is kind of like generalized. That's why it's not that great. But if you go deeper into AI, where you guys find those specialized apps, they can actually be used for technical stuff pretty good. That's why I put.
I mean, yeah, if they, I know a lot of people that also use ChatGPT to, what's it called, to create a foundational basis for ideas. It's just people abuse that system so much and rely on it that they don't like recheck it themselves. Like, it's not only because of ChatGPT being a people pleaser and also not being the most reliable person, it's because people also abuse the fuck out of it and they trust it. So now you have this essentially an echo chamber of people and the fucking AI lying to you. You're using Affinity, by the way? Affinity, the Adobe killer? Yes. This one, I'm not. This one, what I'm using right now, no, I'm not. I'm using Ibis Paint. Affinity, the Adobe killer? Yes, I am gonna try to use that. I'm gonna continue the video.
Housing bubble, which was propped up on a lot of debt and rigid derivatives, these companies are at least building atop a solid fiscal foundation. Now, of course, having a strong foundation does not guarantee that the house you build on top of it will also be good. Similarly, just because these companies happen to be holding on to trillions of dollars doesn't necessarily mean that setting it all on fire to chase one single bet is a good idea. It also doesn't mean that regular investors won't get burned if this money suddenly gets yoinked back off the table. So it's time to learn how money works to find out what else could possibly explain this all not being a bubble. This week's video is sponsored by Cape, the privacy-first mobile carrier that's
I'm not getting paid for this.
Track record of data breach automatically G-Core out to me. It's recovery. You can add pro trusted by one of the most off your first that is developed of Cape. That's cape.co/get Cape. One of the most concerning trends that has developed in this space is the circular dealing between all of the companies involved in different areas of this industry. We first covered this about 2 months ago when Oracle's stock price spiked after reporting a huge data center rental commitment from OpenAI, who had raised billions of dollars from Nvidia, who made that money in the first place by selling graphics cards to companies like Oracle. Since then, the deals have only gotten bigger, and reporters have done a really good job piecing together just how far and wide this web of financial fuckery goes. Now, most commentary has rightfully called this out as companies pulling themselves up by their own bootstraps. They are making their revenue look better than they really are by investing in their own customers. Not exactly a sustainable business model.
Yeah, no.
However, to play devil's advocate again, there is something to be said about this strategy from a risk mitigation perspective. When people look back with the benefit of hindsight at the dot-com bubble, they all say the same thing. Yeah, the market was dumb, But after a major correction, there were still some big winners that emerged. Some of them being the same tech companies involved in the AI market right now. Nvidia investing into a company like OpenAI right now looks a little bit suspicious, but had a company like AOL invested in Amazon back in 1999, we would probably be a little less critical. By investing up and down the supply chain, if you could call it that, these companies are in theory maximizing the chance that they will capture the value eventually generated through AI. There is also one other really important detail that a lot of people gloss over when exposing this financial circle jerk. It's easy to look at this and conclude that this whole market is just a Ponzi scheme popped up by investor hype. The only problem with that deduction, though, is that they aren't really taking investors' money. Netted out, the major players in this industry are paying out far more money through dividends and stock buybacks than they are taking in through stock issuance or borrowing. When compared again to the dot-com bubble, the story was very different. Hyped companies were dependent on bringing in a continuous stream of investor money.
That's the only thing that makes the AI bubble not the bubble. All the investment is cold hard cash.
As in, like, it's not collateral, it's not
collateral,
trust,
it's not loan, it's nothing of the sort. For example, the subprime crisis, it was all just loans upon loans upon loans. There was no money in the loop. This is just money. There's not much.
Money.
Yes, it's all just genuine money that these companies have saved up for years. Which is why it becomes questionable whether this is a bubble and whether it will pop.
Because it's real money. It's not it's not gonna pop easily because of the money backing behind it. But it may pop because of like the purpose of AI in general. And we've yet to see that. Okay.
To keep the lights
It
on
won't
in
pop
businesses
the same way
that
that other bubbles have popped in the past, but it will like pop in a way like the loop that's going on right now will just stop. From one single thing will stop the entire loop.
I mean, because isn't AI also a lot of costs in general? That's why a lot of people pay for it. It just genuinely costs a lot. Didn't I read somewhere that it costed like $1 to generate something with Grok?
$3.
Huh?
$3, I think.
Yeah. And they're losing a lot of money on that. I think I saw a CEO, I think it was of OpenAI, saying that they're losing, at least in their first year or the first early years, that they were losing a lot of money because people were using it too much. That was what I remember.
It was OpenAI, yes, you're right. You remember right. It was Sam Altman, yes.
Oh my god, I'm a nerd. I hate this. I hate that I know this. Alright, moving on.
No profit, and often didn't even make any revenue. A company like OpenAI is also in this position, where if they don't keep on bringing in new investors, they won't be able to continue operating. But they are not raising money from regular investors. They are primarily getting it off companies that have plenty of cash to invest. Now, I am not exactly going to say I feel bad for big tech companies, but nothing they do with their money right now is going to be popular. If they make capital investments into data centers, people will say they are blowing their money on chips that will be obsolete in 2 years' time. If they buy their own shares, people will call them out for driving up demand on an already overvalued stock. And if they buy shares in other companies, people will call them out for circular dealing. Yeah, I know. I am sure they are truly devastated. Now, with all of that said, that doesn't mean that these companies and the wider economy are completely safe. Share prices are clearly elevated on the expectation that AI products and services will eventually bring in trillions of dollars to major participants in this industry. If this doesn't pan out, then those prices could be reconsidered very quickly. The major incumbent players aren't at immediate risk of collapse, because they still have far more cash than debt, and they still have functional parts of the business to fall back on. Their biggest risk is that if this does go tits up, then they will have to explain to their investors why they thought it was better to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on redundant data centers instead of just paying out that money to them. Now, nobody can truly predict what the future of AI will look like, and even the CEOs themselves have admitted that, but they are framing it like this. They are betting $500 billion on a dice roll. If it comes up 6, they will make $10 trillion. It's a risky bet, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad bet. Oh, and it takes the sting off knowing that the government will probably be there to comp them some chips if they just keep the game going. But we don't say that part out loud. Now, if you are still not convinced, don't worry. I'm not convinced either. But go and watch this video next to find out why our opinions are absolutely meaningless anyway, economically speaking. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
Nice. Wait, I'm actually rethinking if you want to watch Patrick Boyle now, because he's usually just talking and there's just some images. There's not a lot of editing.
I want editing. It's funner that way.
You're funner.
Thank you. And also it would be easier for you to explain shit. To explain your shit.
Because there's
visuals.
graphics. Graphics! You wanna watch Wall Street Millennial? Why do I know this channel?
I don't know.
I hate myself.
You wanna watch about... What have we watched about before?
Okay, no, that's a lot of... Let's go back to how money works. How money works.
Wait, what was the channel that we watched yesterday with the long-term capital management company thingy?
I actually forgot. Long.
Can you check that? I like that channel.
It was quite a long video too, no?
It was like an hour.
Hamish Hodder? Hamish Hodder. Oh, there!
Hey there.
I want to watch something with you. It's from the same channel.
What is it?
The trade so profitable, regulators banned it.
Why are you so excited for it, by the way?
Because it sounds something that you would explain a lot.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You just like panel because you like getting mad.
No, but it's also like interesting. Like I mean, I get it. It's
happy if that's the reason.
It is, but it's also like the title is super enticing. Like the earlier title, if not bubble, why bubble shaped? And then this one is the trade is so profitable, regulators banned it. Like that shit's interesting. I think my boyfriend would love this. He hears the word profitable, banned, trade. Oh my god! Ding ding ding! Oh, that's all up his alley. Ding ding ding! Bingo card! Okay, I'm gonna start. It's 20 minutes. The title is The Trade So Profitable, Regulators Banned It by Hamish Hodder.
It's from the channel from yesterday?
Yes. Same guy.
Okay,
Also, happy 300,000 to him. I don't know how long he's had that, but he has 300,000 subscribers right now. Good job, gang.
In the 1970s, two brothers orchestrated a commodities trade so lucrative that regulators literally changed the rules specifically to stop it.
A metal whose price has fluctuated wildly over the past year. As the hunts bought more and more, the price skyrocketed.
Fun fact.
They acquired.
Yes, maybe.
In 2025, silver's price has shot up so much it has become the second most valuable commodity in the world.
Next
Just
to
after gold.
gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you told me this before, because it's used in a lot of tech stuff.
Yes, that's one thing, but that was more long term. I actually told you about silver's price shooting up a few months ago. If I was adult and I actually put some money in it, I would have made like 400%. But unfortunately, I cannot invest right now. Yet.
When can you invest?
When mom stops being lazy.
Okay.
Because I have everything ready. She just needs to talk on phone for a bit because yes, she's the one who knows the bank people. I don't know the bank people.
Demand. Also, I'm gonna play now.
Yes, okay.
Acquired more than 200 million ounces of silver, and when its price surged from $2 an ounce to a peak of $50, the Hunt stockpile was worth nearly $10 billion.
That's a lot for the 80s, then.
Just 2 years later, the Hunt brothers were being sued by the CFTC and SEC for market manipulation, and they both declared personal bankruptcy with about $1 billion of debt they were unable to pay.
They changed the trading rules several times until the Hunts were forced to sell and almost nobody else was allowed to buy.
Bit by bit, the true story is beginning to emerge.
This story has so many interesting layers that I genuinely had a hard time figuring out which parts to tease in the introduction. The strategies they used, the caged elephant that almost brought down a plane carrying tons of silver bars to Switzerland, or the corrupt regulators who profited from their very own unprecedented rule changes.
Panic that brought the West's financial system within a hair's breadth of a crash like 1929.
The game starts. The rules are changed, and finally when you get to the last quarter, the referee says only the other side can have the ball.
I make these videos all by myself, and that wouldn't be possible without today's video sponsor, investing.com. I religiously use their Investing Pro subscription for accessing the best real-time data in financial markets, as well as the suite of investing tools to find trades others can't. You can track your stock investments with expert valuation estimates, browse the Ideas tab for seeing notable investor trades the second they're reported, stock screeners, pro picks, and Warren AI, the ChatGPT of investing that will save you a ton.
Yes.
I
Are you okay?
accidentally muted my mic on stream. My bad.
For how long?
A few minutes, I think.
Okay.
Of time. And of course, I have an enormous New Year's discount for you. My discount code Hamish gives you 15% off Investing Pro, and you can combine it with any other promotion available on the website, like the New Year's sale for a whopping 70% off. This is an insanely good deal, and with the new year upon us, now is your chance to set yourself up with all the tools you need for success in 2026. So take your portfolio to the next level and try Investing Pro by clicking the link in the description below. This insane series of events is centered around the Hunt family. Haroldson L. Hunt built one of America's largest oil fortunes in the early 20th century.
Haroldson Lafayette Hunt is the biggest of them all, the richest man in America.
He fathered 15 children, 2 of whom were Nelson Bunker Hunt and William Herbert Hunt. Both continued to expand the family's oil empire for decades, maintaining a very close relationship as they worked side by side in Dallas, Texas. They had a deep distrust of the government's fiscal and monetary policy. Their father had instilled in them a sort of hard money ideology, that paper money would not hold its value, so they should protect their wealth by acquiring tangible assets. Bunker chose land, buying millions of acres of ranch land.
They're genuinely not wrong.
Especially since their dad went through like World War I, World War II, the Great Depression.
Also, damn, they got land estate as their wealth. No fucking shit, Sherlock. That fucking wealth will last forever.
Australia. He also invested in thoroughbred racehorses, with One He Bred being the first female horse to hit $1 million in earnings.
But it's Dahlia who's hit the front again. The 1973 winner's gonna win it in 1974. It's Dahlia going clear again.
But the catalyst for this entire saga came in 1971.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in...
What?
Post-Breakfast period.
I don't know what that means.
Breakfast period was when, after World War II, all the countries were like, we don't have gold. US was like, I have all the gold. And then the dollar became the main currency of the world.
Oh.
Until what happened was 20 years later, people realized US has printed like $200 million, for example, but they only have gold worth 100 million. So the entire system they have is now pointless. So they need to make a complete new system where you cannot, where gold is not directly valued with dollar. Before that it was. I've explained this to you before.
I barely remember. I just remember my mom telling me, like, did you know a peso was $1 before? What? What do you mean a peso was $1? A peso was $1. A peso was $1. A peso was $1. What the fuck?
This is nothing to do with what I'm explaining, but okay.
Yeah, I know, but it's a fun memory.
Okay.
You could have gotten $90 for a piso.
In the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
President Nixon announced that the US would no longer allow US dollars to be exchanged for gold. The Hunts would later recall that they believed apocalyptic times were coming, that paper money would become completely useless. The Hunt brothers set their sights on the perfect hedge, silver.
Depression.
It was a physical metal and it had very attractive characteristics for being a store of wealth. It's widely used in electrical components and photography, for example, and it had a tightening supply side, so if demand was stable or rising, then it should retain its value. It's very similar to gold in many respects, but at the time it was still illegal for US citizens to own gold bullion. Now, if you were the CFTC or SEC in the 1970s, you would argue that there's another reason why the Hunt brothers chose silver. The only people really trading silver were businesses that sold it or were buying it as a material in manufacturing. So theoretically, someone with a lot of money might be able to corner the market, meaning to take control of the world's silver supply and thus set the price at whatever they wanted. The price of silver began 1973 at around $2 an ounce, and with inflation rising and devaluing the dollar at an accelerating rate, the Hunt brothers begin buying. They use the New York Commodities Exchange, or COMEX for short, to buy silver futures contracts. It's a legal agreement that mandates the purchase or sale of 5,000 ounces of silver on a specific date in the future. If you want to bet that the price of silver will go up, you buy a long...
Did you find out what was the difference between futures and options? And like, why not? No, wait, no. I mean, like, why not choose options instead of futures?
And we can watch a video on it later if you want.
Okay.
I didn't really bother to research because like, I'll find that out in my course eventually.
But your girlfriend wants to know.
Okay, we'll watch a video on it after this.
Okay.
Contract agreeing to buy physical silver, and before the settlement date you would buy a short contract agreeing to sell physical silver. The two contracts cancel each other out and you keep the difference as profit. But the Hunt brothers had no intention of just speculating on the price of silver. They wanted to stockpile it. They bought long contracts that represented about 35 million ounces of silver, and then took delivery of it. As 1974 rolled around, the brothers' aggressive buying helped push the price of silver higher and higher, and this was a huge problem for those on the other side of the trade. In particular, Dr. Henry Jarecki of Makata Metals. He was buying lots of short silver contracts that would compel him to sell silver on the settlement date. The only problem was he didn't have enough silver to meet those obligations. The Hunt brothers had the silver market in a chokehold. They could have easily just closed their bets and made a huge profit, but by insisting they would take delivery of the physical silver when they knew there wasn't enough available for sale, sellers like Jarecki would be forced to close their positions by acquiring long contracts, ultimately squeezing the price of silver even higher. The only way out was for Jarecki to find someone with a huge stockpile of silver and convince them to sell it. Luckily, he found them. The Bank of Mexico. They had about 50 million ounces of silver that they'd bought for less than $2 an ounce. Jarecki told them about how the Hunt brothers were choking the market with their buy orders, that the current $6 an ounce price was completely artificial, so now was the best time to sell and take a profit. Surprisingly, the Bank of Mexico agreed and dumped it all, pushing the price back down to $4 an ounce. The Hunt brothers now owned an estimated 55 million ounces of silver, which was almost 10% of the world's annual silver production. Fearing the government might ban its ownership like they did with gold, the brothers began shipping it across the Atlantic. The actual numbers here are a little bit fuzzy depending on which source you look at, but something like 6 to 40 million ounces of silver ingots were flown into Switzerland. They chartered 707 jets, filling the planes with enormous amounts of silver. On one of the trips, they arranged the silver around the sides of the hold so that the weight was distributed evenly. That left a gap in the middle, and there happened to be an elephant that needed transportation, so in it went. Another one of the Hunt brothers, Lamar, was accompanying the silver during the flight, when suddenly the plane entered a nosedive. Then the plane jerked upwards, pitching vertically into the sky. Lamar rushed back to the hold, and what he saw was an elephant with its trunk sticking out of the cage, messing with the wires that controlled the aircraft's flaps. He distracted the elephant.
Wait, I'm gonna check something real quick.
Is it related to this or send something random?
It is related to this.
Whether this is a real story?
No.
Oh.
Wait lang. I'm sorry, son. Do you mind giving me a bit?
Okay, but do give me context later, okay?
Okay. Okay.
1 second.
I'm just wondering if the illustrations are AI made. Which I'm not a fan of, but I'm just wondering if the illustrations are AI made, but it's not related to the video. I'm just wondering, is this Gen AI or not? I can't know.
Elephant by throwing a rubber tire at it, saving the crew from disaster. Okay, full disclosure, I found this recount in a book from the 1980s, and even back then, the author sort of thought this was probably a work of fiction. But regardless, what we do know is that the Hunt brothers now own a massive amount of silver, much of which is securely stored in Swiss vaults. The price of silver settles down, and for the next few years, the Hunt brothers don't really do much in that market. The silver crisis they caused wouldn't happen until the end of the decade. But this part was important to tell because their stockpile of silver is the springboard they used to do something even more insane. In the meantime, the brothers become soybean traders, so much so that by 1977 they controlled more than 20 million bushels worth of the stuff, again by using futures contracts. I know most of you are probably 10,000 hour experts in soybean trading, but for the Normandies like me, that's about 1/3 of the entire crop yield due to be harvested that year in America. And that was the first time that regulators caught wind of what the Hunt brothers were doing. The position limit for soybean futures was 3 million bushels, 18 million less than the Hunt brothers bet. The limit makes sense looking at the price action of soybean during this period. Clearly, they were able to move the price with their buying. The CFTC sued them in federal court, and they were ordered to liquidate most of their position, and later they'd pay a $500,000 penalty. From 1977, the Hunt brothers turned back to the silver market, this time with an entirely new strategy. They made a number of attempts to acquire silver producing companies, and they continued buying long futures contracts. But instead of letting the contracts reach settlement and then taking delivery of physical silver, they would just roll the contracts into the next month. Say for example, they had one contract to buy 5,000 ounces of silver on the 30th of June. Before the 30th of June, they'd sell a June contract and buy a July contract, rolling the bet into the next month. In July 1979, they set up a corporation in Bermuda called International Metals Investment Co. This IMIC entity was owned by the brothers as well as 2 Saudi businessmen. In the following months, this corporation opened silver futures bets representing 50 million ounces. As it turns out, they had a lot of entities buying silver for them. Just look at how crazy this diagram is. They had brothers, sisters, wives, daughters, sons, oil subsidiaries, energy corporations, all building positions in silver. And the price, which had been bouncing between $4 to $5 an ounce, had surged to almost $10 by mid-1979. The brothers now controlled more than $1 billion worth of silver, and they were just getting started. You see, the Hunt family didn't have the cash to actually buy all of this silver, but there was so little supply that if it looked like they were, no one would want to be on the short side, and the price would skyrocket. In September, they controlled 200 million ounces of silver, about half of the world's annual mining output. Half of that silver was in contracts due to settle in the next few months, and they told the world that they had every intention of taking delivery of it. In less than a month, the price of silver doubled again. Panic sets in at the 2 commodities exchanges. They only have 120 million ounces, and it was a real possibility they'd fail to meet the order. And so they began changing the rules. On the 29th of October, COMEX ordered that any speculators with more than 251 contracts would have to pay margin of $30,000 each. The Hunt brothers had about 20,000.
They started to crack down on like, hey, no more than these number of contracts, so are the Hunts in trouble right now?
Kind of, yes. They are basically they're making new rules specifically for these 2 brothers. Like almost no one else applies to these rules except these 2 brothers.
Which is like, if you have too much of this shit, because they do have too much of that shit, you need to pay up.
Then you need to pay a margin. You need to pay a cut.
Okay.
Contracts. So the exchange was basically asking them to put up $600 million as extra collateral. Herbert Hunt went to meet with the Silver Committee for COMEX. He told them he objected to the margin increases and said he would cooperate with the exchange. Herbert Hunt was basically saying that if the exchange was to delay the $600 million payment, he'd roll over his contracts, saving the exchanges from running out of silver inventories. So they did, delaying the payment until February the following year. Herbert also told them that he'd never met or spoken with the large foreign companies in the silver market, the companies that he did in fact own. But they never asked if his brother had ever met or spoken with them, so technically he didn't lie. A month later, Bunker Hunt took delivery of 6 million ounces of silver, and several foreign entities took a further 17 million ounces. depleting the supply of silver even further. The price of silver skyrocketed to over $30 an ounce in the first week of 1980. At this point, silver is no longer just a commodity. It's dinner table conversation all around.
What?
Are you keeping up with the finances, by the way?
Not much because I'm drawing.
Do you want me to explain? Do you want to just draw and go to the
What is
gossip?
happening so far?
So basically, the contracts, yes, they are buying contracts.
To get the silvers, sure.
Yes, but like, they need to actually pay for the contracts when they get the silver and don't have the money.
Okay.
Because they are... Let me explain basically what's happening in the big picture. The market has some amount of silver. The brothers have bought contracts more than the amount of silver the market has.
Okay.
The brothers don't have enough money to buy that silver. The market doesn't have enough silver to give to the brothers.
So what's the options that's happening? What's this right now? What are they showing me? What are they talking about right now?
What they're talking about is, so the market was like, hey, if you have this many contracts, you need to pay this much charge on every single contract. And the brothers were like, we object, but we will comply with the market. They lied, kind of. They hid the truth. They didn't straight up lie, they hid the truth.
Especially since, what did I hear about them owning some of the companies that they swore they didn't talk to?
They swore that they didn't do deals with these companies, but they actually owned them.
God damn it. Wait, why is that relevant here?
Because these companies also own parts of silver, and
Oh, and they're trying to hide the fact that they essentially have a monopoly on the silver right now.
once again, be right back. One
Sure.
second.
I'm like kind of following the story, but also not because I'm drawing at the same time. Hopefully, I'll be able to deal with this soon better. There you go. Shoot, Rega is lieutenant. Okay, forgot to draw his band. His band. Lieutenant! Lieutenant! There you go. Oh, why did I do that? I could have just done this, yeah. I think it would be better straight. Nope, not that straight, I guess. This straight. Yeah, that's fine.
Hi, so yes, basically where was I?
They're trying to hide the fact that they are monopolizing the silver.
Yeah, well, it's not a monopoly because like there's other people too, but like they are not declaring how much
Silver
control they have
Yeah.
over the market. They are not completely declaring that, which I'm pretty sure is illegal.
It definitely is illegal.
Like I mean, it's illegal now. I don't know if it was illegal in 1970s.
They didn't realize
Because, like,
it yet, maybe.
Yeah, maybe because laws are built over time.
Mhm.
But yeah, they did that. His brother had dealings with foreign investors, which they claimed, which the guy claimed he hadn't interacted with them, which he didn't lie about. But his brother did interact with them, and his brother and him are technically one entity in terms of because they're a company.
Mhm.
I think they were a company, unless they were.
Yeah, they were working together.
Yeah, so like that's the thing, and basically a bigger picture that I was trying to explain earlier is the long and short thing I explained to you short selling yesterday. Do you remember?
Yeah, long and short. Yep.
Long is normal trading that you know of, like you just buy with the intention to sell in the future.
Mhm.
Short is selling first, buying later.
Okay.
So they bought long contracts, like in this much months we will buy this much silver from you at this price, but don't have the money. So they keep on getting more and more contracts because they don't have the money. Because how that works is
How?
they keep on
How
getting more
though?
contracts.
Uh-huh.
Market runs out of silver.
Mhm.
The market cannot give them silver. They don't need to pay the money, but they still get ownership of everything they can pay for, and no one
That's so
can stop
fun.
them.
Hello, Tamiko. Welcome to the stream. I'm getting mansplained. Not really. I'm getting explained question mark by my boyfriend.
I'm
Wait,
offended.
I'm so sorry. Hello. We're talking about financial stuff. Wait. So, how though? Like, how can they just keep getting away with buying more and more shorts? I mean, getting more and more contracts if they don't have the money for it in the first place. Are they just waiting for shit to run out and they're like, well, there goes our contract. Guess it's ours now. How? How is that not illegal?
Pretty sure it is. I don't know if it was back then. I'm pretty sure now you need to have that much money to be able, in the first place, to be able to do that. But before,
So now you need to
especially-
have collaterals or cash money to actually.
yes, before
Okay.
it was just like when the contract comes, we'll deal with the dealing then. But since they are, and that wouldn't have been an issue, but like they dealt with such high volumes of this stuff
Uh-huh.
that
Wait,
they
no.
can change the course of the entire market.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. What contracts did they have? Short or long?
Long.
Wait. Long is what?
Long is I will buy the silver in these many months.
Okay, so how did that extend? Like how? Like how did
How
they
what?
just get that away?
Because they keep getting more and more contracts. They had 2,000 contracts, yes.
Wait, okay, so you're telling me, like, I get a contract, I'm gonna buy silver in 1 month. 1 month comes around. Hey, I'm actually gonna buy more silver in another month?
No.
How?
Before the 1 month comes around, you just keep buying more and more and more and more and more and more until the silver in the market runs out, and then they can't ask you for money because they can't fulfill the contract.
Wait, no, I don't get how it works. So, hey, I'm gonna buy silver in 1 month. Before the next month, I'm gonna say, hey, can I buy another silver for another month? And they say, okay with that? But, like, what about that first contract? What if I pass the date of that contract where, like, hey, you're gonna buy the silver now, right? Does that not happen? Or what's
It's
happening
not
there?
for 1 month, though, it's for years.
Okay,
The
but, like,
contract is for a longer time than that. So like,
I mean, yeah, but
by the
it's
time the
been
contract
years.
comes around, they have a lot of time to buy a shit ton of more contracts. And when that contract does come around, they do pay on it. They do, because they do have some money. They do pay on that. They cannot pay on everything. That's what the thing is. So before everything comes to them, they need to bluff the market into not being able to pay.
But how are they getting the silver right away?
They are not getting the silver right away. Future contracts, that's not giving them the silver. They are buying silver in every way possible.
Oh, that's not
future
related.
contract, yes, future contracts is just one way. But they're buying silver. Do you know how they showed the entire chart of family friend companies?
So-
Everyone is buying
sorry.
silver for them, yes.
So they're buying silver, but they're also ensuring that they're gonna get the rest of the silver by saying, hey, contract. Okay. Okay.
They're buying silver in the present and also buying futures.
Get it? Because it's in the future, so you call it
Yes.
a future contract. Okay. Wanna continue the video now? Also, I hope you've been well, Tamiko.
Sorry for the finance knowledge if it gave you a headache. As
I
soon as you came
like
into
it.
stream. No, I'm talking about the chat. The person just came into stream and we were just continuously talking about finance. I hope they didn't get a headache.
Our bad, chat, our bad.
around the world.
I hope you didn't
A
get that guy,
teaspoon
though.
made of silver might weigh about 1 ounce. So a tiny spoon worth $1 is suddenly worth $33.
Oh!
I used to collect Australian 50-cent pieces, and the 1966 mintage has about 1/3 of an ounce of silver in it. If you had exchanged $1,000 into 50-cent pieces that year, you would have $20,000 worth of silver just 14 years later. The silver rush had every man and their dog gathering up silver items around the house and selling it at coin and jewelry stores. This newspaper ad in particular caught my attention. No gimmicks. Take advantage of the unusually high silver market and put your money to work. It should double again in approximately 7 years at today's interest rates. Funnily enough, that interest rate point is a crucial part of the disaster that was about to unfold for the Hunt brothers. When you buy a silver's futures contract and the value of silver goes up, the exchange immediately credits your account with the cash profit. This isn't actually cash because you haven't closed the position yet, but it allows you to use it as collateral against a loan.
Ah, damn. I didn't know about that.
That's dangerous. No? That's dangerous. Hey, I'm gonna get a future, sure. Alright, we're gonna put money into we're gonna put credit profit into your thing now. Oh, nice. I'm gonna use this as collateral for a loan, even though it doesn't technically supposed to accept yet. That's dangerous. Why did they think that was a good thing? Why?
I think it might still be around, who knows?
Why? Oh my god. Huh. Okay.
What are we looking at? It's so blurry.
From August 1979, the Hunt brothers were doing this aggressively, borrowing $270 million, then another $500 million, and later borrowing to the tune of $1.4 billion US, all of which could only be paid back if the price of silver stayed at these crazy levels. On the 17th of January, the price reached $50 an ounce, briefly valuing their bet at $9.8 billion US. But it would last.
I'm so sorry. You think there's just some like little lovely granny who likes collecting silverware because I like silver, and then she goes to her local market. Can I have these 3 little teaspoons that are supposed to be like, I don't know, $5 each? Oh sure, ma'am, they'll be $100. What? What? I just want my silver teaspoons. What happened? Oh no, Granny and her silverware.
Just about 4 days because the exchanges were about to make an unprecedented rule change. On the 21st of January, COMEX delayed the opening of the market and announced that silver was now a liquidation-only market. To put this really simply, do you remember that time that Robinhood took away the buy button on their app and you could only sell GameStop stock? It's like that, except instead of it just being Robinhood, every single broker took the buy button away. The exchange only allowed buying to be done by hedging firms that held short positions. The price opened at $41 an ounce, and within a week, the price was down 34% from its peak. The Hunt brothers were furious. The rule change had potentially cost them billions of dollars.
Wait, I'm sorry, what happened? What happened? What happened? I got it and then I lost the plot.
Very big market manipulation. Everyone took away a buy button. So because no one can buy and everyone can only sell, the price of silver plummets.
Wait, what did they mean by liquidation only though?
Like you can only sell. Liquidation means to turn asset into cash.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so you can only sell, you can't buy anymore.
Wait, and they just did that for the fun of it?
No, because because like in the 1970s they didn't need to explain their actions as much. So like because these two brothers were like basically having a monopoly on silver, they were like, you know what, hard reset. Fuck these two brothers, we are taking everything back.
And they can just do that. Are they a
Yes,
government?
I'm pretty sure that's just what happened.
Also,
no,
hi,
they are
Gabs.
stock exchange.
Hello, Gabs. Wait, they control what to do with that? They can choose whether you can buy or sell it without no reason at all? It's not regulated? How are you doing, Kuya Gabs? How's once you,
No, it is
man?
regulated.
It's regulated, but they can just say that? Like, you know what? No buy. Sell.
That order probably came from regulators. The regulators told them to do that.
Oh, okay.
That's what I meant by they don't have to explain. The regulators don't have to explain their actions. They can just change rules according to how they see fit.
Okay. Also, hi Gabs. I am sort of winning. I hope so. I've been doing some progress. Not a lot of progress, but still progress. Currently, we're watching a financial video. That is the great... What?
The profit's so big, the regulators have to change the rules.
Yeah. The trade's so profitable. The regulators had to ban it. Okay. That's what we were watching. Once Human was fun. I tried out the Palworld scenario within Once Human. Palworld? Palworld as in Pokemon clone? Within Once Human? How does that... There's Palworld in Once Human? What? Oh, it's a scenario, so it's an event? What's Once Humans? Exactly, I thought it was a survival game. Oh, profit, yep. We're watching a video about the most profitable trade that they had to ban it. I've been watching for a few hours now with Zon, and I'm having him, like, explain shit to me in regards to financial stuff. Feel free to stop by if you'd like, by the way. Also, I thought wait. I'm sorry, my brain, I'm curious about Once Human. I thought Once Human was it's a survival game. Once Human, it's a video game. Yeah, it's a post-apocalyptic third-person open-world multiplayer survival game. Once Human have a Palworld section, making Palworld go on sale, losing players versus a free game. What? Oh, isn't Palworld something like Pokemon? So now Once Human has Palworld? It has monster taming mechanics now? That's new. That's strange. Okay. Damn. Sucks for Palworld. I don't know, was Palworld even like going well? I didn't know. I just saw it once and I'm like, Pokemon? It's kind of like Pokemon. That's all I ever thought about it. Anyways, we're gonna continue now with the video. We are currently at Hunt Brothers getting angry, yes?
Yes.
Because liquidation only, okay.
They got fucked over, yes.
And guess who profited from that rule change? The board members of COMEX. 9 of them held 7,700 sell contracts worth almost $2 billion. The exact group of men who forced the market to liquidate their silver positions had billion-dollar bets on the price declining. And it's actually even worse than that, because COMEX knew there was a conflict of interest. They had set up a special committee to set silver trading rules for this specific reason, but that committee was dissolved in the middle of January. And 2 days later, the COMEX board voted in favor of killing the price of silver. Being 30% off its peak was enough to send the Hunt brothers into a death spiral.
It was? What?
It wasn't from regulators. The stock exchange just decided, like, we're gonna fuck these people over and make money.
God damn. Yeah, Palworld is totally a different game. Once Human now have a Palworld style gameplay. Palworld is like Pokemon. Fucking multiplayer shooter now has Pokemon on it? Goddamn. Artwell and Liquidate well. Thanks, gang. Once Human Palworld well. Once Pal Human well. Question mark. Good luck, pal. Get it? Get it? Because he's a pal. He's a friend. Okay, I continue now.
You see, when you buy a futures contract, you don't pay the full amount immediately, but you do need to put up margin, kind of like a deposit. If the price declines, you have to put up more margin. That table we looked at before showed the Hunt brothers borrowed about $900 million during this period in an effort to meet their margin requirements. But in March, starting with Barclays Bank, lenders began rejecting their borrowing requests. They went to Deutsche Bank, rejected. Merrill Lynch, rejected. Royal Bank of Canada, Toronto Dominion Bank, the Bank of Nova Scotia, First Chicago, all also refused. All the while, the price of silver is
What's happening?
They had loans on the collateral they got from having a contracts, yes?
The hunts? Okay.
Yeah, so like they need to pay back the money for the loans and they are borrowing more money to pay back the loans and
Ponzi
everyone's
scheme.
saying no.
Why are they saying no?
Because they don't believe they will get back their money if they were to lend it, so
Ooh. I'm gonna assume that they're aware that, like, wait a minute, don't you have like a bunch of loans? Fuck no for now. It does sound cool. Essentially, it's about silver and it becoming a material that people were like, you know what, this shit is very valuable, and 2 people wanted all of it, and then the stock exchange decided, you know what, nobody.
commodity not stock exchange.
The what?
Commodity exchange, not stock exchange.
The commodity exchange said, you know what, fuck you, sell everything. Government, yep, a lot of government stuff. I don't know why I'm interested. Also, good luck with Deadlock. Was Deadlock nerfed? She wasn't, right? Was Deadlock nerfed in any recent updates? So she wasn't, right? She was still pretty chill.
I'm pretty sure he's playing Deadlock the video game, not Deadlock the
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I forgot other games exist. My bad. I apologize.
Deadlock, the 3D MOBA by Valve, you know.
Oh, that one? How's that going for you? Wait. It's a MOBA?
Well, I don't know if it's classified as a MOBA, but it's like basically the lanes, the towers, same shit.
Oh my god, Smite Killer? Holy shit. Might try it out then. I used to play a bit of Smite, but I'm not great at it. It's a what? What can you describe it? Marvel Rivals was what the fuck? Sounds almost like Smite. I might try it out. Is it it's not free, no?
It is, I think.
Okay, I might try that.
I don't know if it's free right now. I remember playing it, so I think it is free.
The lanes and minions and shit are the same. I might play that. Maybe it'll be the only MOBA I'll play on the PC.
Yeah, I played it, I got fucking headaches.
Why? You play as the characters in the 3D maps. Okay, so it is like Smite.
Like, the visuals and shit is like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals.
Mhm.
Like how the character is standing, but it's actually like a MOBA map. Like it's a league map, but imagine like Overwatch.
Yeah, I used to play Smite, which is essentially a 3D MOBA. I'm alert. Good luck in Deadlock! I might try that out. That sounds
like how you thought it
intriguing.
was the agent first.
I'm so sorry. Thank you. Good luck to you too. I'm sorry. I'm a Valorant addict.
Increasing the amount of margin the brothers needed to pay. On the 27th of March, a day now known as Silver Thursday, the Hunt brothers defaulted on a $100 million margin call. Their broker liquidated their position and silver collapsed to $10 an ounce, down 80% from its peak. The price of silver would continue to fall over the following years, reaching a low of 5.
Wait. Then they said they're gonna liquidate their positions. What about the silver that they brought all the way to Switzerland? I forgot which country this.
We don't know about that yet.
Okay.
$5 an ounce. The CFTC conducted a formal investigation into the Hunt brothers.
There's a philosophical line that has to be drawn. The CFTC is here to protect small customers and commercial users of the commodities markets,
Concluding in 1985 that they had engaged in market manipulation by attempting to control the silver market and dictate its price. They argued that because the accumulation of silver was excessive and coordinated through a web of foreign entities, that the brothers' motive was to artificially boost the price. The ruling created a domino effect of lawsuits from anyone who could prove losses from the silver crisis. And in September 1988, Bunker and Herbert Hunt each filed for personal bankruptcy. I know I framed parts of this video like the brothers were harmless traders who got screwed by regulators. However, I think it's pretty clear that their scheme was and should be illegal. There's a 300-page SEC investigation that lays it all out, and I obviously wasn't able to include everything in this video. But there were still significant conflicts of interest and corruption on every side of this. And so it's just another example of how the 1980s really were the Wild West for financial markets. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and I've got a playlist here of my best videos if you're looking for another rabbit hole to go down.
Wanna watch about futures and options?
Yes, please.
I think one reason you like finance is like keeps your brain active.
Yeah, but like, doesn't everything?
No, yeah, but this is like keeps your brain running because it's like new information that's like not boring enough for you to like want to give up on getting the new information, but also not complicated enough like physics or math or something like that, and it's like relevant to your life in a way, some way or another.
I think I also like it because I do have like consumer commentary about stuff, and I'm trying to stray away from drama videos, right? Because I don't want to keep thinking about like how shitty people are. So I think watching finance videos actually kind of helps me still have a consumer commentary mindset, kind of think how some people are assholes, but for the most part it's like the better portion of the entire economic balance shit. And I do like money, just not the economics of it for the most part. I found a video. There's two videos. One is Futures Market Explained by Harvard. It has 1 million views. I know that's important to you. And there's Futures versus Options, which is just 50K.
Go futures versus options.
Star copies all. Go ahead. Message to observer Alpha. 3 rounds, AT delay in effect. 3 guns. Bravo. 2 rounds, 2 guns. Smoke on effect.
Why the fuck is there a war in the financial?
Hey y'all, what's going on? Thanks for watching another video from the Options Millionaire community. I'm Andrew, host of the OM Discord server, YouTube channel, and Making Millionaires podcast on Spotify. Appreciate you taking the time to watch this video. Today I'm going to be answering a question I get all the time. We have many different types of traders in our community. We have credit spread traders, long options, futures, stock traders, long-term investors, dividend traders, and everything in between. Probably the most common question I get is, what's better to trade, futures or options? And that's exactly what we're going to be answering today. Let's get started. So I'm not going to get into what is a future and what is an options trade. I've got YouTube videos on my educational channel that I've made in the past. Go take a look at those. Here is the thumbnail to the futures video. But what I am going to do is compare the two, the pros and cons of each. When's it better to trade one? When's it better to trade the other? And what I do to flip back and forth between trading futures and trading options. So this right here is a great chart to really summarize the different.
Go back.
No, I'm saying like get out this video. We're not good for our needs and our situation.
I found one.
Both futures and options
are wait, they have a sentence. They have 2 sentences right here that is directly it. But we're still gonna watch this video. It's only a minute.
This is an Indian bank, by the way. Go on.
This is their channel, by the way.
Yes.
Futures contract is a binding agreement for buying and selling a financial instrument at a predetermined price at a future specified date. Options contract allow investors to buy or sell the financial instrument at a set price on or before a certain date. That's the only difference right here. Okay.
Derivatives because they derive their value from an underlying market. A futures contract creates an obligation to buy or sell physical goods at a future date. And options contracts create a right but not an obligation to do the same. Under options contract, you can buy and sell. Right to buy or the call option and right to sell or the put option, depending upon the market movement. This makes options a more complex and advanced derivative to trade in. To participate in options, one has to pay a premium for the right
Go back
to the
graphs if we can.
market movement. This makes options a more complex and advanced derivative to trade in. To participate in options,
I'm sorry.
a more
my bad, my
complex
bad.
and advanced derivative to trade in. To part
Uh-huh.
Okay, never mind.
participate in options, one has to pay a premium
that
for the
went by the
right
way,
to
just
the
for my
end
parents'
result.
knowledge.
With futures contract, you pay or receive a small down payment towards the end result.
Oh, okay. Pay premium high percentage.
The level of risk in futures is high, whereas options carry limited risk. The most you can lose when you buy, call, or put options is your initial outlay. The execution of the futures contract can only be done on the pre-decided date. Options contract requires the performance to be done at any time prior to the date of expiry. These are some fundamental differences that affect the level of risk involved and therefore how you should use them. Know more to grow more.
So, I'm gonna refer back to the graph here real quick.
Towards the end result.
Can you explain this to me?
Okay, so to enter into options, you pay a good percentage, a good chunk of the amount of money you need to pay. To enter into future, you just pay a small percentage of money, and like the small percentage of money, it's not like the money of the trade, it's just extra money.
Oh, okay. So, options, while you do have the choice to buy or sell, you're still gonna pay up something really big. And you're still going to hope that it still goes big. Because if not, then you might just sell it. But for futures, it's a smaller thing because, okay, this exact date, whatever you do at that time, it just has to be in this time. You have to buy it or sell it, whatever your contract is. Okay, maybe
So
that's
like
more.
future is like less risk because like the person kind of forced to buy it, yes.
Not really less risk. It is more risk because you don't know what's in the future. It's
No,
less
I mean
money.
for the seller, for the person who's selling it,
Okay.
getting into future is less risky because the buyer is forced to buy it. That's why you only get a small margin. In the option, the buyer can choose to not buy it. That's why you get a big chunk in advance.
You pay up your okay. Okay.
I guess that's the difference. If you have less money to start with, you go into future. If you have big amount of money that you can risk paying as a premium, then you go for options.
So are bigger corporations still talking more? Because I hear a lot more futures than options. Are they still just going for the easier way in? Because at that point, if you are a big entity, you probably have a lot of people to research if it's gonna be really good to buy or sell at the specific date. So they're just opting for futures because it's also technically a lower margin of entry.
I think that's one thing, and also another thing is like futures are just is just better for some instruments. For something, futures are better. For something, options are better, because of how the market is of those things.
Can you explain to me?
I cannot. For example, I can give you an example, kind of though.
Mm-hmm.
Stocks, options are better. Commodities, futures are better. I cannot explain why. Still, derivatives is still a little bit out of my syllabus.
Do you want to watch the other video then?
No, it's fine. I'll learn about it in my second year. I have a subject called derivatives in my second year.
I think my brain is starting to fry now.
Okay, you wanna move on outside of finance to something else?
Yes.
BBS? Question mark?
No.
Schedule one? Oh, no, man.
No. that's a very smart topic. I'm not gonna watch it right now. Why I left quantum computing research, and the thumbnail is quantum computing as mostly hype. Everything they teach you at Goldman Sachs in 36 minutes. I'll put that in my watch later. Scarface, the true story that killed its author. There was a brilliant scam and I can prove it. Why 95% find trading impossible and the 5% find it obvious. I'm gonna put that in my watch later. I'm getting so many trading videos. Get out! Okay, fine. I'll watch the worst Bible ever created.
The year is 2009, and a middle-aged man named Brian Simmons claims to have been visited by Jesus in his bedroom. During this visitation, Brian says that Jesus commissioned him to author a new translation of the Bible, one that's more efficient and better translated.
Jesus Christ came into my room. He breathed on me, and he commissioned me. The Spirit of the Lord came upon me. I told you I had a visitation from the one I love. He walked through my wall and breathed on me and released me to do this translation project.
Brian claims that Jesus...
You want to know what I find fascinating about a lot of religious preachers? They have a specific accent. The Lord has cometh upon me and breathed unto me and told me of this great thing. Like, it's not motivational speaking, it's not public speaking, it's not like news reporting, mass communication speaking. It's the Lord has cometh down to me and he has given me this. There's a specific tone in it. If I were to say that as, like, I don't know, a public speaker, like, the Lord has come to me and he has breathed to me. Like, I'm trying to talk normally, but the preaching, especially religious preaching, sounds so cultic. May the Lord...
It sounds authoritarian. I don't know what's the right word.
It does sound authoritarian in the religious aspect. I mean, I guess that's how priests also kind of talk. Like,
yes.
May the Lord be blessed upon you. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I hate it. I don't know. I'll never believe people who just say, Jesus has cometh down to me and told me to tell you guys of this very big misinformation thing that you should definitely believe for me because now I am the second coming of Jesus Christ. Sir, you have schizophrenia. Sit down.
Very funny.
I apologize to any actual schizophrenics out there. At least you are not preaching misinformation. We love that for you. I hope you get better.
Jesus gave him divine revelation by breathing on him, and despite having no prior linguistic experience, he would now possess the secret knowledge concerning the original languages of the Bible. Brian says it was like he received a chip into his head, and immediately downloads just came to him. Yep. You heard that right. The God of the universe visited a man named Brian while he was probably relaxing in his footy pajamas watching reruns of Everybody Loves Raymond, and while no one else was looking, God told him to fix the Bible and then uploaded stuff to his brain. He actually said that God touched his head and supernaturally expanded the capacity of his brain, and then confirmed it with a top brain mapping scientist.
He came again. It was in a dream. Came and touched my forehead right here and said, I'm increasing your capacity to know me. And then I woke up. The top brain mapping person in the world. I asked her, if God touched you right here at the hairline, right there, what would that do to your brain? And she said, no, you don't understand. It would enlarge the capacity.
There's a reason why scientists have to keep religion away from science, okay? Also, if she was a major brain scientist person, I reckon she should have put a scan on you before telling you that your brain has expanded. Just a little bit of reckoning, you know. I reckon a little bit that she probably should have definitely scanned you.
On an unrelated note, I'd highly recommend getting a carbon monoxide tester. It just sounds like a good idea, so I'll leave a link in the description. Anyway, at some point in time, Brian also saw an angel and was told by God that its name was Passion, which sounds more like a nightclub dancer to me, but who am I to judge? According to an interview he did with Sid Roth, this is where he got the name for his new Bible.
The Passion Translation.
Now, the problem isn't Bible translations or even newer translations. The Bible has been translated into 736 different languages. There are more than 100 complete Bible translations in English alone, and out of those stand about 8 mainline Protestant translations, all of which are great but have ultimately been translated by giant teams of linguistic and biblical scholars who genuinely study the original manuscripts to bring about the most accurate translation possible. Like, these guys truly know what they're talking about. And even though we've reached the pinnacle of biblical accuracy since probably, I don't know, the year 1611, there seems to be a common denominator among weird cult guys messing with the Bible. They all tend to have the same origin story. Visited by God, given a mission to fix the Bible, claim to have secret knowledge, and assert that all previous academic work is dog water. You get the idea. Now, whether it's Joseph Smith with the Book of Mormon or Charles Taze Russell with the New World Translation, Brian...
Monday. What time? 6 a.m. Dapat nandun na ako. Anong sakyan mo? LRT. Marikina? Oo. Anong sasakyan mo? LRT. Anong oras bang LRT? 4:30. Ay, meron na? Oo. Yeah. It's a major... Wala bang LRT dyan sa ano? Meron. LRT 1, 2, and MRT. Anong gagawin nyo? Production for finals. Anong oras ka rin matapos? I don't know. Maybe the entire day. Huwag ka matulog dun, ha? I don't want to. I don't want to. Hindi ko yan binili. Bigay yan ni Nicole. Yung keychain na binigay ko sa'yo, galing rin yan kay Nicole. Dami naman niya. Uy, matulog ka na rin, ha? Oo. Good night. Oh, nagdikit-dikit ka na naman dyan. Ano yung dinigit mo dyan? Prints. Art prints. Art prints, yeah? Yeah. Ano ko, drawing yan. That's why I asked you for the plastic cover. Asan? Yan. Uy, ayusin mo rin ang bed mo, ha? Ay, matutulog rin naman. Meron ka, huwag magpuyat, ha? Goodbye. May LRT ba ng ano? MRT? Oo, 4:30 or 5. Saan kayo magkikita? Doon mismo sa ano, station. Yeah, hello, I'm back. I was talking to my mom. I shall continue watching.
Ian Simmons and the Passion Translation seem to be no different. One lone wolf with outrageous claims and no credentials meddling with the sacred word of God. Like, literally, these guys are the same person. While there are a number of legitimate translations, they all fall under the same spectrum in terms of their goals. Let me show you what I mean. And fair warning, it's about to get nerdy. Each legitimate translation falls under one of 3 categories: word for word, thought for thought, and paraphrase. On the word for word side, you have translations like the KJV, NASB, and the ESV. These translations aim to stay as close as possible to the original word for word translation, but sometimes the meaning can get lost in translation, especially for people who have lower reading comprehension or people who just don't understand the cultural context. Now, somewhere in the middle, you have this thought for thought translation, which includes guys like the NIV, the NLT, and the CSB. These translations focus on nailing down the meaning and the intent of the original text, so sometimes they'll rephrase things to make it seem a little bit more understandable for modern readers. Now, on the very right side of the spectrum, you have paraphrases, and this is where the Message Bible comes in. Imagine if your friend read the NIV and then told you about it in his own words. It's not a translation, and it's not meant to be studied. It's simply meant for casual reading, oftentimes helpful for new believers just getting their feet wet. Now, if you take these categories into consideration, the Passion Translation would fall all the way to the far right beyond the paraphrase section into something that is called sectarian translations. Among the likes of the New World Translation and the Joseph Joseph Smith translation. The Google search AI thing defines sectarian as a preference for a specific truth or a perversion of one, and that works perfectly here. But the problem is, Brian Simmons and Broad Street Publishing label it as a dynamic equivalence or a thought for thought. However, we can tell that they are full of doo-doo just by reading the Passion Translation along any other dynamic equivalence. For example, let's compare the Passion Translation to the New Living Translation by reading Song of Solomon, chapter 4, verse 4. The New Living Translation says, "Your neck is as beautiful as the Tower of David, jeweled with the shields of 1,000 heroes." The Passion Translation says, "When I look at you, I see your inner strength, so stately and strong. You are as secure as David's fortress. Your virtues and grace cause 1,000 famous soldiers to surrender to your beauty." What? First, the Passion Translation doesn't even remotely resemble any other translation. And you put the words of King Solomon in red as if it were Jesus speaking. Even if these were allegorical to Jesus and the church, you still took it upon yourself to present them as words Jesus literally spoke. Not only are the words wildly different, there's a lot more of them too. The NLT is simply 17 words long, while the Passion Translation is double the length at a whopping 35 words long. To put this into perspective, imagine if you were speaking to someone using a translator. You get up and say, "Hi, I'm Dizzy," and then the translator randomly goes on to this giant monologue where he appears to be telling his life story. You'd rightfully suspect that the translator is not saying what you're saying. Look how the Passion Translation has 2,919 total words, while the ESV has 1,932. That's 51% more words. And it's not just regular words, but weird hyper-charismatic words that aren't really in the Bible anyways. Words like realm, which is used approximately 0 times in the ESV, while the Passion Translation uses it, drumroll please, 196 times. Ironically, I have no words to explain how ridiculous this is. All 6 of my brain cells lack the energy needed to conjure up a statement on this one. The saddest part is that the Christians supporting and promoting Brian in the Passion Translation genuinely think that this is just another reliable translation of the Bible. It's kind of like people who still watch The View. Like, why? Why are you doing this to yourself? Do you enjoy pain? Now, it's been heavily endorsed by people such as John and Lisa Bevere, Michael W. Smith, Bill Johnson, and Bethel Church.
It's actually a better translation than the King James. Sorry.
The new translation that's out there that is just so amazing, it's called the Passion Translation.
Banning Liebscher, Bobby Houston, and I've even seen a number of Christian artists such as Lauren Daigle reading it on Instagram Live.
It's in Romans 8, the Passion Translation, for the passionate ones.
Okay, let's just stop there. It's safe to say that the Passion Translation has reached mainstream notoriety. It's even on the YouVersion Bible app with like millions of daily users. All this despite countless scholars offering legitimate concerns. I mean, Bible Gateway even removed it from their platform altogether, which makes perfect sense after hearing some of the bizarre things that Brian Simmons has publicly stated. And look, listing them all off could easily be its own video, so instead, I'll just highlight some of my favorites. Also, I have no idea what to use for B-roll here, so I'm just gonna feed all these into AI and see what it spits out, because why not? Number 1, he's gone to heaven, grabbed 2 books from the Library of Heaven, and brought them back to Earth. Number 2, his wife has levitated off the ground twice and has 7 dreams from God every night. Number 3, he went on a long ride on a fiery chariot through the northeast area of the US and watched the sunrise with a, quote, prophet whose name you would know. Number 4, Brian will one day have so much glory on him that people within a 50-mile radius will feel it. Number 5, fire once shot out of his head and caught a church. I'm so sorry. I just can't. Fire once shot out of his head and caught a church on fire. They had to call the fire department and replace the sound system. Number 6, he once went to the store to get milk, and the glory of God was so powerfully on him that everyone he passed by just fell over. He first thought they were all having heart attacks, but then realized it was the glory. Number 7, he identifies the Holy Spirit through she/her pronouns and relates him to a mother. That's so dumb. He literally calls himself he, like in the Bible. Okay, in conclusion, the Passion Translation is awful. It's like microwaving Kool-Aid and trying to pass it off as if it's fruity tea or something.
Right.
Brian Simmons should have written a fantasy novel instead, because honestly, his imagination is next level, and that would have been way better than any of this. And if you're still not convinced, I'd suggest watching the entire Passion series by Mike Winger.
Passion Translation is a bad translation. It is not even proper to call it a translation. It has more issues than I can count. It pushes sectarian theology and puts ideas into the Bible that just aren't there to start with.
He interviews like 6 different Bible scholars who give their strong insight into how dangerous the Passion Translation truly is. But just know that you'll need like 3 years of your life to finish it, because it's like a kajillion hours long. Okay, bye.
Love that. Hated it so much, bro. You wanna see the breakup that doomed? Nah.
What?
The breakup that doomed humanity.
Nah.
Nah. Here you go. Why self-driving cars suck.
Possibly one of the most radical changes in transportation that we may see in our lifetime, and unfortunately, in my opinion, it's in the wrong direction. Yes, self-driving cars are like a sci-fi gimmick come to life.
Oh no, I keep forgetting.
What?
I keep forgetting that my pet. My pet. I'm so sorry. I will refund back. Refund that back to you, Ava. Hi, Abang! How are you? How is work? I'm gonna assume. I'll just do the pet myself. Cherin. There you go. It works now! On a day off. Nice. You have Is today Saturday, son?
Yes.
You have Saturdays on the day off? Thank you for pet. But that's nice. How was your week so far? Yeah, I have Saturday Sundays. Oh, okay, nice. You got the weekends off at least. How is the yugang? We were watching videos earlier about finance stuff, and then we watched one video about a Bible, and now we're going to tech stuff. Inubusan ng yempo. Oh no! You can get more yempo next time. Did you get a bite at least? Or like literally none? It's okay. We can exact revenge. Hindi! Don't! But yes, we are watching tech stuff. It's okay.
It does not negate the fact
for you,
that
pare.
self-driving cars, as a general concept, make not very much sense at all. But despite this, the race to create the
Why self-driving cars stuck?
self-driving car technology
Suck. My bad.
Between the billionaires who run the Goliaths of our modern tech world. But of course, it is very easy to dunk on these things, because if you look up Robotaxi or Waymo something into Google, you will find just an endless stream of stories about how something is going wrong with these vehicles. Botched public rollouts, stories of self-driving cars hitting people or cats or cyclists or other robots. This one lady got hit by a car, then got hit by a self-driving car, and then was dragged underneath that car down the road. But my problem with these vehicles, and the reason why I'm making this video, is not because they're testing robotic vehicles on public roadways, endangering everyone around them. It's that even if these cars become the thing that they want to become, they go mainstream, they will actually create more problems than they solve and make our cities and our lives worse.
How's that going on for him? Also self-driving cars here in the Philippines?
This video is sponsored by Ground News. So I've been wanting to make this video for a long time, almost exactly a year. And the reason why is because there has been this relentless push towards driverless cars in that time, and at pretty much every step along the way, it has been chaos and destruction.
Girl! What the? Wait, oh my god, wait, Zon. So Alpha says, every time the cars stop in the middle of the ride because of low battery, they just slap a $10 or $50 voucher? Okay, but what's that gonna do for the road that's... for the car that's stuck in the middle of the road right now? What the fuck is that $50 gonna... Am I gonna call another fucking Waze? Hello?
You just get out the car, it just parks itself, and you get a different cab.
Girl! The fuck? I'm gonna get inconvenienced to tow and they only give me $1 voucher? I'm sorry. I actually don't know if that's how it's happening, but the way it is... They got another Waze book! So, okay, so... That's their fault though. Okay, so example. I book for $100 worth of a... That's a fucking long ass trip, by the way. Fucking $100. I book for $100. And then my fucking ride dies and they give me $50 voucher. I still fucking lose out money.
No, I think it's like they get you a new ride plus $50.
Oh, okay.
Like, you get a different ride plus $50 as compensation.
Okay, that would have been fucking pissed. I would have been so pissed for that. I'm just trying to go from one place to another and then this fucking piece of machine dies on me? What if an ambulance was behind me? What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Where's Josh? Get him in here! Customer service rep, come here! He at work, god damn it, right. He's graveyard if he's working for another country. Customer service sucks, indeed. I don't know if I'll ever have patience for customer service, even for BPO stuff. I feel like if someone just yells at me through a call center, I would just say, fuck you, dude. I don't think I can actually control myself.
Lose his job immediately.
Okay, bitch, you're being an idiot. Sit the fuck down. It pays well, that's true. I mean, I've worked front desk ticketing. That's a customer service in a way. For PGDX.
Yeah, PGDX.
Yeah, for CPZN. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that part. But you know what I don't enjoy? When people yell at me. When people fucking yell at me to like, hey, something's not happening in the fucking thing. What the fuck is happening? I'm like, shut the fuck up. I don't know either. I'm just as confused as you are. Our computer, I'm not too sure. I remember that. Yeah, PGDX. I didn't get to the 2025 one, sadly. There was a 2025 one. I think it's a yearly thing. That was my internship, by the way. I didn't work there. It was my internship. It was very fun. Oh, I actually kind of want to go to PGDX as a person. And not as a staff.
Go in as a make or something. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Apparently I'm alien when I'm a staff. Fun ass shit. I'm sorry. Okay, well, we're gonna get into the video now. My bad.
Now, for clarity, I have a geography degree with a focus on environmental sustainability and urban planning, and I would love to nerd the fuck out about how.
In another life, I probably would have gotten the same course he had.
Geography?
Specifically urban planning.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's gonna take a lot of geography, political shit to deal with, but like, oh my god, pretty benches alongside the sidewalks that are so finally fucking walkable here in the Philippines? Holy shit! That's like the major reason. Like, oh my god, I can put cute little sidewalks, you know, that I can walk on. And I don't have to haphazardly step over the fucking lamppost that's taking up the entire width of the fucking sidewalk.
I get you.
Piss me the fuck out, dude.
How awful cars are generally as a transportation type. But Jason from Not Just Bikes released a hour-long film about self-driving cars almost a year ago, and he pretty much just nailed it. Because here's the thing. Self-driving cars are not just a transportation solution. They represent a massive cultural shift that we are in the middle of right now, and that we don't really know the outcome of. And in my opinion, it's probably not going to be great.
The future is dark and dismal, where it's not a future you want to be in. So
one of the biggest red flags about the whole self-driving revolution is how it's being rolled out. Like, even if we ignore the whole run people over first and tweak the settings later kind of mentality that these tech companies have been rolling with, the whole thing feels forced. Like I mentioned in the intro, that there's just been an endless series of disaster stories about these vehicles. Well, the only about self-driving cars for the most part is what stock you should be buying to get ahead of the curve. Like, they're saying literally, hey, ignore those headlines about how fucked up this all is. Buy the dip, dude. You gotta buy low and sell high. Elon Musk specifically keeps telling people to use this technology even though it's definitely not ready yet. And despite very little public interest and a track record that should be redacted like the fucking Epstein list, we're getting them anyway. We've talked about the innovation adoption curve a number of times on this channel. It's a pretty basic concept, and there is always a process of resistance in a population when a new technology is trying to make the leap from startup to mainstream adoption. And there is this part right here, which is the gap that they all have to make it across. Now, the reason why so many technologies fail to make it to the holy land of broad-reaching appeal is because it is very hard to do. To create something that is genuinely unique, practical, but price competitive, and profitable to keep shareholders happy, especially when we have a whole market of competitors to deal with. We're not going to get into the fact that right now there's not a lot of competitors and that the market is sort of rigged because there's a bunch of massive players and whatnot. Bear with me here though. My sort of bleak outlook here is that sadly it doesn't matter what we think of it at this point. We are going to get
opinions don't
on our streets because the money has been spent, and it has become a race between all of the biggest and most powerful tech companies on earth to try and get there first. But before we get into all that, let's just get this out of the way first. Cars, self-driving or not, are not a good form of transportation. All right, so look,
that's true.
This could be the entire video on it.
I will tell you right now.
They're not
yes.
economic, they're not good for environment, but they're convenient.
That's the only thing they sell for. They're convenient, you can have your own thing, you just have to pay for gas, you can have air conditioning.
Yes.
But it's not the best thing for transportation. It's just a personal convenience. I would reckon a motorcycle is much better as a personal convenience and good transportation thing as compared to a car. Less emissions, smaller vehicle, faster speed. However, it is much more dangerous. But it is a better transport thing. I would reckon even a fucking bike is better. The ones that you use your two little footsies to pedal.
Oh, okay.
Not a motorbike, just a regular old bike that you pedal with your own bare foot. Don't actually do that. That shit's gonna hurt.
We call them cycles.
Huh?
We call bikes cycles, by the way.
It's the same thing. Bike cycles, bicycles, bike-icles. It's okay. I call them bikes, bicycles. Very fun.
Its own, because this should be enough of a reason for this technology to not exist, because even if you're only remotely tuned in to the urbanism conversation online, you would know that cars are just like the least efficient way to get people around, especially in urban areas. And self-driving cars are only going to, at best, make them marginally less awful. The idea that self-driving cars are going to eliminate congestion is just kind of laughable, because unless every single other car on the road is a Waymo, these cars are going to be stuck in traffic with regular cars. Traffic that will actually become worse because there will actually be more vehicles on the road because self-driving makes driving easier. It's called induced demand. Actually, recently, Waymo had to suspend all driverless cars in San Francisco because the cars were stalling in the middle of the road after power outages. How was that for eliminating congestion? We found this story on Ground News. They are an app and a website that we have partnered with time and time again because they allow us to keep up with our favorite topics through diverse perspectives, since they bring all articles covering a topic into a single feed to compare the coverage for yourself. This is an amazing tool that we use all the time. We keep working with them because we love their platform and we think that you will too. So go and check them out at ground.news/LH. Now, when you take a look at this story, it has over 200 articles covering it, and you can see who each of these sources is backed by or what their level of factuality is, which really helps when trying to assess the level of bias in a given story. This actually seems like a pretty bipartisan issue because there's 100 center-leaning sources covering this, with a lot of them featuring a high or very high level of factuality. But another awesome feature is their blind spot feed, which shows you what the left and the right are and are not talking about. Here, you can get easy access to the other side's news reality to see the full picture of what's going on in the world. We love Ground News because they are making it easy for you to make informed decisions by sharpening your critical thinking skills. Plus, they're based in Canada, just like us. So we encourage you to dive right in by going to ground.news/LH, or you can scan this QR code to get yourself started. You can join for less than $1 a month, or you can use our link in the description to get 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan, which is the one that we use. Thanks again, Ground News, for sponsoring this channel, for making these videos possible, and for creating the service that we love. Now, let's get back into the video. And what I find mind-boggling is how these companies talk about driverless cars as a safety measure, because they're supposed to be safer than a human driver, and apparently statistically they are. But I would argue that putting a bunch of monkeys in giant steel machines that they drive around in a city with very close proximity to each other at very high speeds was not really a good, safe way of getting people around in the first place, right? Like, the truth is, the cars are the problem, not the kind of intelligence that is driving it. Like, in this situation, the only difference is that Waymo is giving you the opportunity to get hit by a vehicle that doesn't have a driver in it. And then the ethical and legal side of that is just baffling to me. Like, we're doing the trolley problem in real life with self-driving cars. I found this TEDx video from 10 years ago that captures what we are dealing with today on a daily basis, which is, what does a human-designed computer do in a dilemma where it must choose between one life and another? You can go down the fucking rabbit hole with this one. But for a second, I want you to also just step back and consider the broader implications of self-driving technology versus what we traditionally use to transport people in mass numbers around, which is public transportation. The fucking greatest thing ever. Levi's super biased. Yeah, I am. Get over it. I think self-driving cars are most disappointing to me because it's like that joke where like men will do anything but go to therapy. You know, like there's memes about it. Like cold plunging is like way easier for men to wrap their heads around than going and talking to somebody about their problems. Like Americans will do anything but build high-speed rail lines or a public transit system that doesn't suck. And the reason why is all to do with individualism. So in an effort to round out my bias a little bit, I watched a video that Shelby Church made about self-driving cars because, you know, I was curious to see what a rich blonde woman in LA has to say about these things. I came into it with very low expectations, and I was surprised, y'all. Honestly, there is this one point in the video where she's describing the experience of getting a Waymo and why she likes it. And she talks about, you know, it's nice and private, there's no one to talk to, I can control all the settings, it's more relaxing, right? And this perfectly captures the individualist experience. It's a great experience from an individualistic standpoint. The whole Waymo thing is just all about you. She also talks about the safety aspects of riding in a Waymo versus, you know, something like an Uber where there's a person in it. But if you look at public transit on the other side of this coin, it puts groups of people together in one place, which is seen as a disadvantage by North Americans, and for everyone else, it's just normal life. Now, from a safety standpoint, I've seen...
That's the one thing that I hate as like seeing into American like perspectives, right? They value so much of personal freedom and personal independence where it doesn't matter if it's overcrowded as long as you are you. It doesn't matter if it's oversaturated. Being that as a concept in a person, don't care, be yourself, doesn't matter if it's oversaturated. Being that in an urban location where you have to, you know, drive and hopefully not congest the road, or like buying multiple Stanleys or aqua flasks or buying multiple fast fashion clothes just to ditch them. It's a very individualistic experience, and a lot of Americans, at least in my belief, are mistaking the individualism for binging stuff, for buying things, for retail therapy, for the sake of individualism. There's only really so much you can do as like I said, individual, and I would reckon for Americans that they're just trying to prove themselves, like, oh, I have this personal thing because I have this personal unnecessary thing because I want to show the world how my self-expression is. And I'm like, sure, but other than the fact that you know, wanted this thing, did you really need it? Something like that? I don't know what's a good model or anagram? Anagram? No, not anagram.
Analogy.
I don't know what's a good analogy to place it, but a lot of Americans buy unnecessary purchases just to make themselves feel very individualistic. Which I will not lie, I also do that a lot. I buy a lot of accessories. I buy a lot of like plushies and stuff. I'm very materialistic in that way too, and I'm trying to control it. It's just a matter of like when can you control it and when it becomes too much, and when does it become a problem. There's a train behind you. Sorry. Train. Anyways, yeah. There's a lot of good things in individual expression. There's a lot of bad things when it starts to become a problem in the real world, when it starts to become congested, where it becomes fast fashion, where it becomes congested cars because there's too many cars on the goddamn fucking road, and people just won't, like, you know, community or what's it called, just places where there's many people, you know, public transportation, buses, trains, I don't know, just shared places, shared experiences, shared conveniences. It's not something a lot of people seem to like. I would reckon that I would also fit under that bubble because I'm an introvert for the most part.
Me too.
But I like trains. I like going on trains. I like going on public transportation.
She likes choo-choos.
I like choo-choos.
She's a little girl.
Oh! Okay, we'll continue the video now.
It pointed out that driverless cars actually make riders very vulnerable because you're alone in a vehicle that can be stopped by a person with a traffic cone. Whereas the public in public transit creates a group.
Oh my god, wait, yeah, that's a really good concern. Someone with a fucking random cone can just throw it in front of you and it'll stop. Because it then has to reroute how to get around that thing, right? Because it's not, it's smooth. Yeah, oh shit, that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. What more if you don't know how to drive? Because I'm going to assume that Waymo at least has the option of, like, letting you drive it if ever. But, like, a few seconds... They have to. Why would there be a wheel? Well,
I think it's possible for someone to drive it. I don't think it will give control for the passenger to drive it.
No, it has to. It's a safety thing. You can't have a fully self-driving car.
Because like people will steal the cars.
Huh?
People will try to steal the cars. That's why that's not an option.
What do you mean?
If they give all the safety feature of like you can drive the car, people might try to steal the car.
No. That's why you put a safety feature there. Are you the owner of this car or something?
Yeah, they are not the owner. What do you mean?
No,
these are
for a driverless car?
Yeah, these are cabs. These are not things you own.
I mean, yeah, but there's maybe something in their app or something.
Yeah, no, I'm saying driving it is possible. They just won't give that control to the customers.
Maybe it has to be accessed by whoever the owner is, or if, customer support.
Customer support probably, yes.
Customer support, they'll give you like the thing, and then they're gonna tell you like, okay, we're just gonna let you know that you are now liable for any accidents that will happen with this car under your control. That will probably happen. It has to be. It has to be a safety feature. Why else would they put wheels? And I think I saw pedals in there, Because
no, I don't think it's. I think it's not drivable. I think it's drivable. I don't know if they will like move to manual driving mode for a customer. It will only be like people servicing the car that get to drive it and shit like that.
Yeah, and also if they do give permission to the customer. I'm sure they have their own policies against that as well, like against theft. But that would be so dangerous in general. Like, think about it. Like, the car is gonna reroute how to get around the traffic cone. They probably already have more than enough time to shatter the glass. That's scary. Okay, I'll continue the video now.
A lot of these things are a lot less likely to happen because there's a bunch of fucking people watching you. However, beyond the individual experience of the thing, transit systems benefit the built environment of a city, whereas self-driving cars take away from it. Hub terminals end up being some of the most iconic buildings in a city, or plazas, or public parks in a neighborhood. They become a vibrant cultural center because that's where all the people are going. So that's where all the shops want to be. So that's where all the businesses want to be. That's where all the houses want to be. But if every single person is in their own individual self-driving cars going all the way out to the suburbs at the end of the day, they're not even going to see the view passing by because they're going to be sitting in the back seat looking at their phone instead. Now, I don't want to talk about Shelby too much, but in her video, she actually visited a park that was previously a parking lot. And in her video, she's sort of using this park as a way to illustrate, hey, we might not need as much parking when we have self-driving cars. And look, this parking lot could actually become a park, and look at how great that is. But in the video, she actually also mentions that part of the reason why the park is so enjoyable is because it's connected to mass transit. Like, it is a part of the transit system. Color me surprised, but Shelby Church is actually low-key an urbanist nerd. Wouldn't have pegged her for it.
My instinctual reaction was like, what the fuck does Shelby Church know about self-driving cars and urbanism?
Yeah, how dare a woman speak on men issues?
We are the nerdy bros of urbanist land planning. We do not allow girls in the clubhouse.
But now, imagine this further layer.
Misogyny!
In a self-driving car, you are probably willing to sit through more traffic because you can sit there in comfort. You can game on your phone, you can get some work done, you can do whatever. So now you have a bunch of other people who are actually even more capable of tolerating traffic, which is going to lead to more traffic. And look, there is 100 other aspects of this that I could get into here. Like, for example, these are pods owned by nobody and being used by people in somewhat privacy. which would definitely lead to a ton of vandalism and abuse, which would make ridership go down or be curtailed to higher income areas of major cities, which is sort of the opposite of what mass transit is all about. And this is the last urbanist thing I'm going to say about it. If we had taken all of the billions of dollars that we have invested into these robot cars and we had instead put it into our cities, we might have walkable, bikeable, and viable public transit in where we live. Like, we could have just done that instead. But there is actually a whole other side to this story that I think is really important for us to talk about. So in reality, the self-driving car trend is not about creating a transportation solution for people to get around cities. It is a bailout plan for a failing automobile industry. Boom, mic drop, end of the video, but not quite, because I'm going to share you my reasons why. I'm going to share you my reasons why right now. Tesla, Waymo, and all these other self-driving car companies are trying to create a future in which you don't need to own a car at all, which does sound counterintuitive because we're bailing out the automobile industry, right? But bear with me. This is a part of a future world vision that these tech companies are creating, where we, as consumers, in a service-based economy, literally own nothing. You've probably heard the phrase, "you will own nothing and be happy." This is a phrase that was coined by the World Economic Forum. There was a big paper that was written that argued that basically people will be happier if they just didn't have the responsibility of owning things. And obviously it's not that simple. And honestly, the idea almost makes sense if you read it. It's kind of about sustainability and like a person's personhood rather than being identified with the things that they own. Like, it's kind of an anti-consumerist manifesto in some ways. But this idea is kind of based in a utopian future world where tech billionaires aren't the ones in control. And that is not a reality.
It's a lot of the same ideas are being pitched from the World Economic Forum and the sort of private techno overlords, just with different profit motives in like different places that the money's going to. What the World Economic Forum doesn't understand, and what most global international organizations don't understand about Americans, is that if you say, hey, we have a chance one day to live in a moneyless society, the Americans are going to think, what, you're trying to take all my money away? You want me to be broke? You have to pitch it as, like, you're gonna have 1 trillion Elon coins, and you're gonna be able to redeem them in your flying car that you don't have to have a garage for.
This is the craziest thing about the self-driving cars thing too, is like how is this gonna work from a branding standpoint? Like, Americans are so fucking dick hard about having their own vehicle. Like, their whole culture is like, I have my car and my car is my identity. And then
alright, I think that's like one of it's a thing, right? In every other aspect of the world, in all aspects of the world, that owning a car is a beautiful luxury. It always just seems to be Americans that are like, oh, I own a really old Honda. Sucks to be you. I got a Bugatti. I got a Lamborghini. I got a Jaguar type shit. Like, damn, dude, I'm happy I even have gas. The fuck? Calm down, girlie. Calm down.
Yes.
Americans are the ones that always seem to flash it the most, aside from some maybe select European countries that also have that very bougie culture, because a car in itself is a luxurious thing, but other countries also have like higher profit margins or higher economic for their people, so they're able to get cars and they're able to use cars as the luxury symbol, especially if they have the higher brand end ones. It just seems, I always just see Americans, especially like a lot of like those finance bros saying like, I got this car at 19 years old by trading, and I'm gonna sell you my course so you can learn how to trade like me and get your own Bugatti that I definitely didn't rent for this video and a couple more. Okay, sit down, daddy's money boy. Calm down. It's okay. Go home. Go play your video games. Strange.
Then the tech bros are like, wait. What if you don't have a car and you all get transported around in these little pods? Like, it's hard to imagine a worse pitch for the land of the free.
I don't really see it being rolled out ever in suburbia. I do think that it is appealing to the like uber wealthy city dweller who is finding it very inconvenient to own a vehicle for a plethora of reasons. And they see everybody around them who doesn't own one, and there is a sense of jealousy, but it's also unattainable because it's also inconvenient to use public transport because that means I have to sit in the same place as poor people. And so that's what I think the Waymo is the best at, right? Appealing to that person. And that person doesn't really exist in suburbia because everybody else is also driving their own cars. So there's no sense of like, you have something unattainable that I don't have, which is being able to not own a car.
Now, we are actually planning 2 videos that connect to this one about the reality of car ownership today and this whole force-fed AI rollout that we're all living through right now. So if you want to see those, subscribe. But self-driving cars is a very powerful illustration of how this is happening already. Like, it's happening right now. The reality is car ownership is more expensive than it's ever been, between interest payments, parking, gas, insurance, repairs, etc. And people have less money than ever to buy them, so they're buying fewer cars. Now, if you live in a relatively urban area and you have access to public transit and walkable streets, you could get away with not owning a car at all. But that is not where most Americans live, is it? Now, instead of the auto industry creating low-cost, reliable, cheap vehicles that low-income people could afford.
It also doesn't help that Americans are used to 8-hour drives. And they do have a lot of states where it's just pure land, just pure roads. So that makes it even more of a big reason why you should own your personal car. I'm just very perplexed that they should probably have a more extensive public transportation that connects a lot of states, you know? The same way, was it London? Was it London or what is it, England, that had like a really extensive train thing, as well as Tokyo, as well as Japan.
Yes. UK, yes.
Yes, the UK and Japan, they have a very extensive train shit. So there is like a lot of problems with Japan overcrowding and shit. But I think that's why we bought our fucking train cards from them, because they are innovating on that a lot better than a lot of other things.
We also want a bullet train from Japan.
Right? Bullet trains from Japan are so fun.
Shinkansen.
Yeah.
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 Or they're making self-driving cars for poor people and lower class people, and they're making luxury vehicles like trucks and SUVs that offer higher profit margins for them for rich people. This is already happening. This is happening right now. And what we're seeing is that they're creating the economic circumstances where people might just not have a choice. Already, for some people, it might be cheaper to just use Waymo and Uber instead of using and owning a car with all the various costs that go along with it. And this is the long-term goal. They are creating the environment where self-driving cars are your best option. And so yes, they are going to make a bunch of money producing and maintaining a fleet of vehicles that they get to constantly be leasing out to us one ride at a time. But there's another layer to this still, because these are tech companies that are running this technology. And so now we have our transportation networks woven into the data of our online world. These companies know where you go, how long you stay there, what routes you take, because they choose the routes that you take, and who knows what other kinds of data they can get off of you while you're in one of their cars. This is just another layer of control and surveillance in a country that is getting more and more authoritarian by the day. All of these tech executives are working with Trump, and you're telling me that this whole self-driving cars thing is not a part of the plan? And we have these companies trying to sell the idea that having these generic robot cars drive you around is the future? It just seems like such a hard sell to me. But if there's anything that we've learned over the years, it's that whatever America thinks it is very far from what it actually is. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe out there, and if you are subscribed, you'll see us every single week for another upload. And so we will see you then, friends. Not sure what this is. Not sure why I did that.
And made good progress on this. Okay. I think I made good enough progress on this at least. I think I'll be able to continue this tomorrow, hopefully. I hope so. Okay, so I think I'll be ending my stream tonight here. In the meantime, yeah, I will. All right. That was a good run. I just got here, ma'am. I have to sleep. I have plans tomorrow. I'm so sorry. I did so much things today. I watched a bunch of the finance videos with John today as well. I'm so sorry. How are you though? I can spare a few chat at least. Hello, Coring. How is the you? How was your game? You played TFT. Okay. Work. Haven't seen that one in your channel just yet. I see mostly League, but you know. I finished stream kanina. Yeah! How did it go? How did TFT go for you? What was the TFT turn? Woo! You did something... You did some magic? You did some magic? You won stuff? What'd you do? Also, teamfight tactics fun. I mean, I haven't personally played it yet, but it looks fun, the thing out of it. Nice! Halfway there. Here's the more TFT turns for you. Woohoo! I didn't know that you can hold like 16 turns. Actually, I don't play TFT, so I don't know too much, but that's fun. That's nice. Tactics. Nice. I hope you get some rest though. There's 2 brackets. Are you part of the next bracket? Is there like a next day for it? How is it bracket B? Uh-huh. Is there like another day for the brackets? You gonna continue playing? After the bracket B match, I got last place. I got eliminated first. Nah, it's okay. You still did a good show at least for getting up there. Getting at the next bracket. You're good, gang. It's okay. More turns for you. More turns for you. So I went to the bottom 8 match. At least you can qualify for more like tournaments as long as you keep on playing, you know? Got me to semifinals. Wah! Wow! Who finished you off? Damn! 5th place out of 16.
That sounds bad.
Oh, I'm so sorry. No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But damn! I got 5th place. Good job. That's. Then on finals, I got there. Still good placements. Holy. Is it a tournament by another VTuber or something? Another content creator? Yeah. Very good placements. Cool shit, cool shit, cool shit. Oh, Cinemus! Love that. I got a photo card of them. Is it a photo card of them? Yeah, I got a photo card of them. I think.
It's on her wall.
No. No.
Is it not?
That's not Nemus. That's Maddie and Sam Hayako.
Why are you looking at the wall then while talking about it?
No, I was thinking about it. She hosted the TFT Invitationals. Is there gonna be more? Haven't watched TFT for so long. Damn! And you placed 5th and 8th? Girl, I think it's time to play that again. I would say okay to teamfight tactics, mainly because it's not League. So this feels rewarding. Maybe it's time to get back to TFT, gang. Maybe it's time to get back to TFT. I mean, it's connected to League. It's close enough. It's close enough, gang. Why do I keep saying gang? I'm not that cool.
It's okay. I am cool.
Gang. I know she hosts other games. Last time she hosted Invitationals Apex. Ooh, they hosted a lot of... They host a variety of games then?
What if I try for Valorant? I would cry. I'm gonna fucking play Valorant. I might as well die.
I like how Koi mentioned Apex, but you have Valorant in your head.
Because I'm not good at Apex. I'm not good at Apex. I enjoy it.
Valorant addict, admit it.
Doesn't help that you're good at Valorant.
I'll play with you. I'll compete with you.
Yeah, see?
I don't mind playing on 100 ping. I can play with you.
I need to be a certain condition for me to play TFT. What do you mean certain condition? Certain condition of what?
Mental condition? Like, so the mental state?
Your mental state? Mental? That's the state.
What do you say? State? You snake?
I'm a snipe. Swiper, no swiping. First game I got a play, second game I got simply because I was listening to a mukbang ASMR.
What the fuck?
I wish I had more VTuber expressions, but mukbang. Maybe you should listen to more mukbang ASMR.
Why the fuck did that help you get better at TFT?
I don't know, maybe the sounds of the sizzling crunchy or something, maybe. And it works. See, it works, I told you!
Good thing I have noise suppression because I just did ASMR sounds and then I got doing ASMR sounds.
What?
Then I got doing ASMR. Yeah, I had noise suppression on.
Oh.
And good thing I did have noise suppression on because I don't want people hearing that ASMR sounds.
Oh man. Oh my god, Corey, you know what this means? You need to go to a Samyupsal place. And play TFT there.
What?
Samyupsal. It's time to get there, gang.
Repeating it won't explain it to me. You have to use the...
Samyupsal? Korean, like, barbecue?
Okay. In case you don't know, Korean barbecue is not popular here. And what the fuck you just said, I have no clue what words you used.
I'm sorry. Cause I always put up mukbang ASMR whenever I play with it, and I always play top tier, so I use that. Why does it work for you? I can just imagine us eating at the Samyupsal place. You have a laptop, and you're just playing League there. MVP easy. Dang!
You guys go to eat outside, and suddenly she is brainstorming.
Suddenly she's strategizing on TFT on her phone. We're just eating beside her watching.
She's having an anxiety attack because her brain is going to fight or flight because she's conditioned herself into ASMR is equal to fight.
Guys, quick eat! Guys, quick eat! We need to fulfill. I guess the conversation if I hear someone chew. I'm glad that you don't have the. There are some people that are like icked about that, right? If they hear people yum 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 yumming.
Yes.
I'm happy with it.
Yeah. Like it. I like it, especially when I'm eating food. It makes me feel...
Yum 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 yum. You're eating with
hungry.
someone. Oh, that's me. Wait, what? Wait, you're icked by it or you like it? I'm more so in the cooking side aspect. Shout out to dancing bakons. It depends on the people who eat it. So some people are like, okay, this person is a chill eater, and then some are like...
mannerisms like Hicks.
Okay. If
For
they're
me, it
sloppy
depends on the
eaters.
food.
Some people don't know manners. Tayo, Jobu.
I think she's talking about us.
Oh man. Hey, no, I have some manners.
You do. That was the point of the joke. That I don't have manners and involve you in it buzzing us.
So they eat the good food so sloppy. True. I mean, I can kind of get it when it's like a big bite, right? It's kind of impossible to get like a clean chop of it without slicing it open. But like at least that first bite, I can get that it might look a little bit sloppy if it's a big bite. But for like smaller bites or things that are, you can eat small, but they just take such a huge bite out of it. Like they stuff it so much. Like
What?
maybe, like for example, pasta.
Like they take giant bites when they don't need to.
Yeah, it's so unnecessary.
Okay.
Like when you have pasta, you can have just like a normal on your spoon and like maybe that one's fine, but you have people that are like "Ugh." I feel disgusted doing that. I'm sorry.
They're giving the pasta some sloppy toppy.
Right? Like, girl, that was not necessary. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'll admit, I do love enjoying my food, but I also try to give it, you know, some sort of manners. I take my time with food, if I can. There are some people who can still be clean and make the food still look good when they take big bites. That's true. There are some people that definitely can, like, contain a bunch of the things. I can kind of understand if they're not able to. And then there are those that just straight up do it so quickly. Whew. I know some people who, I forgot which Korean mukbang YouTuber it was, that takes like very quiet, it's audible because it's ASMR, right? But it's like very quiet, very clean bites, even though it was kind of a big bite. And I was like, sometimes I remember her and I look up to her in awe, like, wow, eat well, girl. I think another guy that I think kind of does that is Zach, the Korean guy with black gloves that makes food that was prevalent in my shorts. Zach Choi?
Yeah, that's the name.
That's his name, yeah.
Zach Choi ASMR. I used to watch him when he used to do actual just eating, but then he started more so cooking and that was his main thing.
I think that's fine. I think that's a good, like, pivot at least.
Yeah, but like it just wasn't my kind of thing. Yeah, I like him eating. I think it was because of health reasons that he stopped. That question mark, I don't know.
It probably could be. I still have icks when it comes to mukbangs. Number one is how they move their mouths when they chew. Like, their lips are puckered out and goes up and down in an extra way. Especially when they take unnecessarily big bites of something they don't need to take big bites for. And their cheeks are just so puffed out as well from that. You know what's worse? If you can see a bit of the food in their mouth because they take such a they take such a big bite. I have to fucking cover my lips for that. I know. Cover your lips for that.
When I'm talking to you and eating, are you annoyed?
No, not really. But like, one, it's a choking hazard. Two, like, close your mouth at least, especially when you know you're taking a big bite. Because it's also like a little bit concerning if really the food kind of drops out of your mouth. Like, girl, eat it with respect.
Are you talking generally?
Generally, I don't
Okay,
think you're that bad.
I don't think I drop food out of my mouth. I just take big. I just have a
yummy
big
bites.
mouth.
That's true. If you have a big mouth and it can't fit in your mouth, then eat your shit.
I mean, I can take like huge bites and still have enough
Huge.
space in my mouth to talk.
Huge.
So
Yes.
yes, huge, absolutely huge.
Yes, please close the mouth when chewing. Your mama didn't raise y'all this way. Please close the mouth when chewing, or at least cover your mouth when it's like an unexpected big bite you didn't expect. But you know what's funny to see though? When people don't realize they're like how hot something is or how spicy something is, and they just start fanning themselves. That's funny. Hopefully they don't
I'm
just
like-
straight up spit it out, but like, I would still cover my mouth and I'm like, that's good, but that's so hot. Especially since I'm someone who likes
That
spicy but
happens
has
to me.
bad spice tolerance.
That happens to me like 1/5 of the times I eat street food outside.
I'm forcing you
Because
to eat slow.
No, it's not about slow. Just because
So hot.
freshly fried potatoes, like it's hot enough to burn, like give you skin burn if it lands on your skin. And I have to take a bite to realize that it's that hot because the hotness is only inside. The outside is not that hot. The outside is cooled down because it's fried. So I'm like, and I'm like,
Don't burn. Stop burning your taste buds.
And that's why I go to the guy and I'm like, hey, is the food hot? He's like, yes. I'm like, give me the cold one.
Why?
And
I
you-
love it
and,
when it's
uh,
hot and just let it cool down a bit.
Yeah, and then, no, because this shit, what I eat doesn't cool down. It stays hot for 30 more minutes.
What is that? What are you eating? What street food is
Samosas.
that? Samosas?
Yeah.
Just fucking wave that shit around!
Oh no, it still stays
I
hot.
know.
And so, that
Go on.
So I go up to the guy and he's like, yeah, I just freshly fried them. They're hot as fuck. And I'm like, okay, don't give that to me. Give me the cold ones. And he's like, what scam is this?
Right,
Because
it's
everyone
usually-
wants the hot food and I'm like, give me the cold food.
I need it. I'm gonna die. Good night, Kari. Thank you again for stopping by. Thank you for the chat. Let's finally sleep and hopefully I don't see you or I don't hear you editing at 2 a.m. Okay? Good night, Corey, and good night, chat. I will be moving to my ending stream. I'll be real quick, then I'll give my final message. I just thought out the most nerdiest thing I could have thought of. I'm becoming financially literate for fun. God damn. Alright. Good night, everyone. I will be skedaddling. This has been a very fun stream for me. I'm actually very happy. Thank you for the people who visited me on YouTube, even though I wasn't really the best. Thank you for the people who was in stream. Thank you for John for being with me and talking to me about this, all the different financial videos. I am very, very happy of what happened today, but for now, I will be skedaddling. I'll be having a good night, and I will see you all on the next stream.